you are in the auditorium and wish to comment, please use the iPads located in the lobby or complete a yellow speaker card for English or a green speaker card for Spanish. If you need assistance, please find a South Coast AQMD employee. If you are participating through Zoom and would like to provide public comment, please click the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. If you are joining by phone, press *9 on your keypad to indicate you want to speak. Speakers may be limited to a total of 3 minutes or less for public comment. The time limit may be shortened to ensure all speakers can be heard. A countdown timer will be displayed on the screen for each public comment. More time will be allotted for Spanish translation that is not simultaneous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We are here on the matter of South Coast AQMD versus Lineage.
Excuse me, we need to, your mic. You need to turn on your mic.
It's on. It's on, right? Still good?
Yeah.
We are here on South Coast AQMD versus Lineage Logistics, PFS, matter number 6293-1, order for abatement. That's the only matter on today's agenda. I'm Robert Perry, and I'm the chair for today's hearing, attorney member of the hearing board. You see on the panel Mohan Balagopalan, Dr. Jerry Abraham, welcome alternate member Robert Copeland. And on the screen, you'll see board member Cynthia Verdugo Peralta. And Ms. Verdugo Peralta, you can confirm that you're participating on the so-called ADA participation exemption of the Brown Act?
That's correct.
Any adults in the room with you, ma'am?
No.
Thank you. Thank you. I trust everyone can hear us, see us. Hope the translation services are effective and working out. If there's a problem, you might check with the staff here about that. We'll try not to rush our speaking and enunciate very clearly if we can to make sure our listening audience hears everything that's going on. As I said, while I am chairing today's meeting, I'm actually the vice chair of this body. The chair is unavailable on this rather short and noticed hearing. So I'll expect counsel to treat me gently today, please. There's a few kind of preliminary matters I have to discuss. You'll see that we'll have a place for public comment and public testimony, as Ms. Thomas mentioned, and I'll describe when those can be undertaken. But essentially, the public has the right to comment on this particular agenda item, Lineage Logistics. You can also comment on any other matter within our jurisdiction. So we'll separate out the two distinct public comment periods. Again, if you make comments, those are made without testifying under oath, without being subject to the questioning from the other side. And we certainly will listen to your comments and take note of them as appropriate. Now, you can also provide what's called testimony, be a public witness, which means you have to testify under oath, and you could be cross-examined by either party's counsel and the board. And that means you desire your testimony to be the basis for any finding by this board. Now, I point out to you, since we know that the odor issue is so prevalent here, that the respondents in their response have already stated that they are aware of the serious odor concerns following the fire at the facility, and they do not deny they've been issued a number of notices of violation for odor nuisance. So, keep that in mind in terms of your decision as to whether testify or comment or speak at all. I want to point out that we will limit the comments initially to 2 minutes. We already show 90 people wishing to speak in public comments, and it may grow. So please don't be repetitive. If you heard some other speaker state what you want to state, perhaps you could help everyone along by either not speaking or just be brief in agreeing with what they said. Representatives of organizations or public officials will get a little greater time to speak this morning. We appreciate your consideration and cooperation in that. We want to get this done today. We want to get to actually issuing an order potentially with conditions, not just hearing us talk. We have a hard stop today at 3:40 p.m. So we want to make sure that we get this all taken care of. Just a further word about this hearing board. We're a 5-member board. We'll hear and run a decision. We are an independent board. independent of the AQMD itself. You have to understand, though, we take our jurisdiction essentially under AQMD, which means we deal with air pollution control only. So we can abate an odor nuisance. We don't have jurisdiction over water quality issues, building permits, economic redress, zoning, relocation, none of that. There are a lot of other agencies involved in this facility. If you look at the proposed findings at paragraph 80, you see half a dozen other agencies who are being involved in this, but our role deals with odor only. We had what was called a preliminary hearing conference with council. So I want to give that oral report as our rules provide for. So we had a pre-hearing conference July 30th, 2026 at 2 p.m. In attendance from the clerk's office are Mr. Chavez and Ms. Thomas. From the district, Mr. Sanchez, Ms. Lee, and Ms. LeBlanc. From responding attorneys, Paul Cars and Duncan, and in-house counsel, Ms. Casson. And Chair Ali was there as well as myself. That pre-hearing conference, we know it was not called by the parties, but at the assistance of the chair and myself. We pointed out to the council the rules that generally call for documents to be provided 5 days before the hearing. And as is often the case, they were honored in the breach, but just got documents today, but they did the best they could. In the pre-hearing conference, the parties did state they would try and get some joint stipulated documents to us by last Friday. They did that. And they said they were working on stipulated conditions that they try and get to us by Tuesday, and they did that at least. So we note that as well. And then we discussed the order presentation. No court reporter was requested. There will be a Spanish interpreter. And the chair also had requested as much of the documentation as possible be put not just on the website, but on social media to make sure the public has access to everything you could well in advance. Now, before we get started, our plan was to essentially have the exhibits marked, have the general public comment in the two areas that I discussed, and then move on to brief opening remarks. We'd swear in witnesses and then have any public testimony before the parties put in the old witnesses and their live testimony. Now, I want to make a slight deviation because we do have, and their materials actually in the packet, there's a letter from Mayor Bass and also from Senator Maria Elena Durazo. And I understand their legislative activities require them to leave at 10 a.m. So if there's a way, Madam Clerk, we could move them up if they're available, let me know and we'll let them speak before we do the rest of the hearing. So if and when they're online, let us know, okay? So beyond that, let's continue with the general proceeding here, folks. The exhibits. There's been an updated exhibit list. Board members, I point that out to you, which showed 10 exhibits. Petitioner, Exhibit A is a presentation lineage will be making, and then the 4 public exhibits. Earlier, the parties had filed something called a joint stipulation as to proposed hearing documents. And we're going to amend that joint stipulation to state that the documents as exhibits 1 through 8 and 10 and 11 are pursuant to that stipulation. 11 is the response of Lineage Logistics to the petition. So counsel, Ms. Lee, you confirm that revision to the joint stipulation is on the record?
Yes.
And Mr. Pollencarts?
Yes, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. And again, for those who maybe don't have the record in front of them, just will briefly restate the exhibits are in this list, but 1 is the joint stipulation as to proposed hearing documents that we just modified. 2, lineage site map. 3, lineage odor management plan. 4, South Coast AMD July 17 demand letter. 5, NOPs issued July 12th through July 30th. 6, proposed findings and decision for an order of abatement stipulated. And again, to my board members, you'll note that was recently amended, so make sure you got the most recent version. And the latest one is on the 7 filed August 4th, 2026. And then there's another one that's redlined, that's Exhibit 8. Exhibit 9 is the South Coast AQMD opening presentation. That's not real evidence, so that was not part of the stipulation just described. Item 10 is the NOVs issued to Lineage from July 31 through August 4th. And 11, as I mentioned, was the response of Lineage to the petition. And then we have Respondents Exhibit A, which will be their presentation today, part of it. And we have 4 public exhibits, letters from East LA Community Corporation, one from Senator Maria Elena Durazo, one from the LA County Board of Supervisors, and one from Mayor Karen Bass. All right. Okay, so we'll still go on with this, and I'd ask the clerk if anyone has indicated a desire live or remote to speak on matters not on the agenda.
We have no such requests.
Thank you. All right. Then we can move, unless parties have some questions, to the general public comments on this matter. And the clerk will be identifying who should speak both remotely and live. We show 92 people who want to speak. We welcome that, but again, given time constraints, hopefully some will decide it's not necessary, it can be shortened. And so again, this is just for public comments only. And I'm
We do have,
limited.
we do have Mayor Bass.
All right. So the public
Remotely.
comments will be 2 minutes, but we can give group representatives and officials per our rules more time. So if Ms. Bass, Mayor Bass is available, oh, thank you for your attendance. I see you're in movement perhaps, but we'll start the clock, but you have more than 2 minutes. Go ahead, Mayor Bass, if you can hear me.
Okay. Well, good morning. And first of all, thank you so much for allowing me to speak. It's much so unfortunate that I wasn't able to be here with you today. But I'm here because I want to speak alongside the Boyle Heights and East LA community who have endured unacceptable conditions for nearly 2 months. When fire engulfed the Lineage cold storage facility in Boyle Heights, the impact extended far beyond the loss of a warehouse. To this day, the putrid, offensive odor coming from the tens of millions of pounds of rotting food in the warehouse is unbearable. Now, flies, rats, and other pests have infested the community, and we are most concerned that schools are preparing to reopen amid unresolved concerns about air quality. Small businesses have lost customers, and families have experienced a variety of physical and health conditions. So from the beginning, my top priority has always been to protect the health and safety of the community. On June 29th, I issued 2 executive orders establishing an aggressive framework for community recovery and environmental remediation following the Lineage incident. These orders created the Boyle Heights Unified Recovery Command to coordinate the regional response and ensure the community receives the support it needs. But let's be clear, what the residents of Boyle Heights are facing is not just a nuisance, but it is a public health crisis that requires urgent and actionable measures. I've been on the ground in the community every few days and speaking directly with the residents each week since the fire began. I've experienced firsthand the impact that this has had on families and the smells, and I have to admit, it's unlike anything I've ever experienced. While Lineage has taken some steps, these actions have only occurred with consistent and persistent pressure from government agencies and, most importantly, from residents. So I strongly support the issue of an ordinance of abatement, and I'm also requesting additional requirements be included to ensure accountability and protect the Boyle Heights community. First of all written materials have to be translated into Spanish. There needs to be weekly briefings from Lineage in Spanish and English, and Lineage has to issue direct notifications to the community when there are activities with the potential to increase odors, as is going on right now as they remove the meat from refrigerator number 1. We need to require Lineage to install permanent odor monitoring stations at locations and to establish a dedicated fund for ongoing support, most importantly, to relocate residents and to relocate them not just for a week or two, but until this issue is completely resolved, requiring Lineage to also set up a bilingual hotline. So my office has emailed the board clerk a formal letter spelling out these requests in greater details. We need a process that is transparent and enforceable, ensuring Lineage is held accountable to the maximum extent of the law, including fines, effective mitigation, and complete and thorough cleanup. The residents and business owners in Boyle Heights and East LA deserve to breathe clean air in their homes, in their schools, and in their workplaces. So I urge the hearing board to leverage the full extent of its oversight and enforcement authority to issue a strong order of abatement with the maximum penalties for the ongoing air quality violations, including maximum financial fines. So I am very concerned. Again, I will end as I started. My concern is 100% the health and safety of the residents of this community, of both Boyle Heights and East LA. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, and your letter is in our records for sure.
Okay.
Next, we have in the auditorium, Los Angeles City Council Member Isabel Jurado.
Good morning. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair and members of the hearing board. I'm Isabel Jurado, the Los Angeles City Council member representing Boyle Heights in District 14. I'm here to urge you to grant South Coast AQMD's petition and issue a strong, enforceable abatement order against Lineage. Nearly 4,000 odor complaints since July 12th, 19 notices of violation in just 18 days. That is not a cleanup that is working as it should. It is clear evidence that Lineage's measures have been inadequate and that stronger intervention is overdue. For weeks, Boyle Heights families and East LA families have had to endure rancid odor, flies, rodents, and relentless disruption in their homes and throughout their neighborhood. Residents should not have to file complaint after complaint to force a multi-billion-dollar corporation to contain the harm that it created. Lineage says conditions will improve as the cleanup progresses, but a promise that it will get better is not an abatement plan. And this community has already waited too long for relief. Any order should include firm deadlines, aggressive odor control and disinfection requirements, transparent monitoring and public reporting, and meaningful consequences if Lineage fails to comply. What does $1,000 to $75,000 in penalties per day mean to a multi-billion-dollar company and the largest warehouse logistics operations in the world? Delaying cannot simply be treated as the cost of doing business. Lineage, not Boyle Heights, not East LA, must bear the full responsibility for containing this disaster and protecting the surrounding communities. Meaningful accountability is the only way we can turn empty promises into real action. Grant the
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, you were cut off automatically. It wasn't me. While we have a moment, if the Spanish interpreter is back there and can see me, just would like to make sure, yes, that do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will make a true, accurate, and impartial interpretation from English into Spanish and vice versa, using your best skill and judgment? All right, sorry. Is
Next
the senator available?
Well, next we have in the auditorium is Daniela Urbina, and she's representing the Los Angeles County Supervisor Hilda Solis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniela Urbina, Senior Advisor to Los Angeles County Supervisor Hilda Solis. And on behalf of Supervisor Hilda Solis and the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, we respectfully urge that the hearing board grant the petition for order of abatement and implement strong accountability and enforcement measures to compel Lineage to adhere to the conditions outlined by South Coast AQMD Given the continued impacts to surrounding communities, it is critical that the order include meaningful oversight and enforceable compliance measures to ensure the timely implementation of all required mitigation efforts. As the cleanup remains ongoing, residents of unincorporated East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights, and the surrounding communities continue to live with nauseating odors, swarms of flies, and the threat of vermin resulting from the decomposition of approximately 85 million pounds of food that were stored at the facility. These conditions continue to impact nearby communities and raise significant concerns regarding air quality and associated health risks. The Board of Supervisors appreciates South Coast AQMD's efforts to work on the odor mitigation, including distributing AB 617 air purifiers to impacted households. However, as was reflected in South Coast AQMD's July 17th letter, there are several key odor mitigation measures that have not been implemented despite prior recommendations. South Coast AQMD has directed Lineage to strengthen its odor management by incorporating additional measures, including addressing truck loading, housekeeping, odor containment, and community communications. It's issued 9 notices of violation alleging public nuisances and has petitioned the hearing board for the odor of abatement. And by granting this odor of abatement will complement measures that the county has continued to enforce, including having the Department of Public Health issue 6 citations and outlining corrective action plans that Lineage must take, including removal and proper disposal of food. Thank you to the South Coast
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry that we can't stop the speakers with more time from cutting off, but that's fine. Before we move on, I just want to also point out, we will be having certainly breaks during the day, maybe 15 minutes in the morning and in the afternoon, and then the others depending on the needs of the board, the clerk's office, and the attorneys. And there'll be a lunch break beginning around noon. It'd probably be an hour. If we do it less, we will, but there's just one cafeteria, so everyone wants to eat. It'll be a slow return back. Madam Clerk, any other officials on the line that we need to address during public comments?
We're waiting for Senator Durazo to sign in, so I'll let you know when she's in. Thank you.
All right, then you want to move the other non-public commentators in the meantime?
Sure, we'll start with those who are here in the auditorium. We're calling them in the order they signed up. So we'll start out with Teo Doli de Ayala. If you could come to the front to the microphone. Followed by Delmira Gonzalez. Then Cristina Fernandez. Okay. Is Teo available? How about Delmira?
Usted necesita un intérprete, ¿verdad?
Sí.
Entonces, yo voy a usar el micrófono y usted me va a ir diciendo lo que quiere decir.
Ok. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Delmira González.
Good
Y ven-
morning, everybody. My name is Delmira Gonzalez.
Vengo de Boyle Heights y soy de Proyecto Pastoral.
I'm here from Boyle Heights, and I'm from the Proyecto Pastoral.
Ajá. Yo les quiero decir todo el daño que ha causado esta compañía Linaje.
I want to tell you about all the damage that this lineage company has caused
En nuestra comunidad.
in our community.
Mucho mal olor,
A lot of bad smell,
náuseas, dolor de cabeza,
nausea, headaches,
dolor estomacal,
stomach aches,
bastante estrés.
a lot of stress.
¿Quién se va a hacer responsable de nuestra salud
Who's going to be responsible for our health
y de nuestros biles de la luz porque tenemos los filtros y los aires acondicionados porque tenemos que tener ventanas y puertas cerradas?
and the electric bills, because we have to have the windows closed and the AC and the filters running?
Y esto es muy incómodo estar así,
This is
sin
very
aires y sin el filtro. Lo tenemos que usar.
This is very uncomfortable because we don't have air and we have to use the filters.
Queremos que esta compañía se haga responsable de los daños
We want for this company to be responsible for the damages
que ha causado en Boyle Heights.
that has caused
Y
in
Los
Boyle
Ángeles.
Heights in LA.
Queremos que se vaya de donde está.
We want them to leave from where they are.
No queremos esta compañía, queremos que se vaya fuera de nuestro lugar,
We don't want this company. We want it out of our place.
porque esto va para largo y quién se va a hacer responsable de nuestra salud.
Because this is going to be a long-term situation, and who is going to be responsible for our health?
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Appreciate it.
Chair, we have Senator Durazo on the line.
All right. Senator, can you hear us? Ah,
Oh, great. Thank you. Good morning.
good
Can
morning.
you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much, and appreciate the opportunity to say a few words. And I'll dig right in. My name is Maria Elena Durazo, California State Senator that represents the Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles, the area where the communities have been most hurt by that fire. It is outrageous that my constituents are expected to endure these conditions while cleanup continues at the company's pace. I asked the hearing board to, one, grant a firm enforceable order for abatement with clear, complete removal of debris and rotting within 7 days. All debris and rotting materials must be removed by August 12th when children return to school. Two, condition any compliance scheduled on continued mitigation for residents, including filtered air conditioning units, replacement air purifiers and filters, and full cost for the added energy costs of running this equipment continuously, and the full cost of housing, home remediation, as well as weekly financial assistance to meet the needs of residents during this ongoing emergency. Given your authority, three, given your authority to enforce $75,000 per day in penalties for air pollution violations, ensure that any penalties or enforcement action reflect the severity and duration of the harm already experienced by this community, expedited enforcement, and substantial daily fines for each violation that will go back to help and heal the community. Continue to require Lineage Logistics to report regularly and transparently on remediation progress to the board and the community. And finally, hold an order for abatement hearing in Boyle Heights within 1 week of today at a time and location that allows the people living with this crisis every day, 24/7, to be heard directly and in person. Residents deserve to be heard. Scheduling this hearing during work hours nearly 30 miles from Boyle Heights and in peak rush hour traffic does not reflect the harm that this community has endured. I respectfully submit those comments to you. Appreciate that this hearing has moved forward. And more importantly, I appreciate everyone who has attended, taken the time, buses and travels to get there to make their comments heard. Thank you all very much.
Appreciate your time, Senator. Thank you.
Okay, we'll continue with the speakers in the auditorium. Next, we have Cristina Fernandez, followed by Irma Mejia.
Aló, buenos días. Mi nombre es Cristina Fernández
Hello, good morning. My name is Cristina Fernandez,
y vivo en el este de Los Ángeles
and I live in East LA.
y pertenezco a Proyecto Pastoral.
I belong to Proyecto Pastoral.
En pocas palabras y en muchas palabras, yo fui afectada
In a lot of words, I was affected
con mi salud ya de que yo tengo cáncer y
on my
no,
health because I suffer from cancer,
y no puedo respirar más referente al mal olor.
and I can't breathe anymore due to the bad smell.
Tengo dolor de estómago y de cabeza,
I have
náuseas,
stomach and aches and headaches and nausea.
y el estrés que me está ocasionando en este momento
And the stress that I'm undergoing currently.
es por el bill, es por el consumo de la electricidad, ya que no puedo abrir mis ventanas.
It's due to the electric bill since I cannot open my windows.
La preocupación no nomás es mía, también es de mi comunidad.
It's not only my concern, but my community as well.
Estamos pasando por lo mismo.
We're undergoing the same situation.
Y también, como me pueden mirar, tengo que usar mascarillas por mi salud y
And as-
son muy caras para mí.
And as you can see, I have to use face masks for my health, and they are quite expensive for me.
Necesito que esas fábricas se muevan de nuestra comunidad,
I need those factories to move away from our community
porque yo he estado caminando alrededor y he mirado no nomás una, varias.
because I've been walking around the area and I've seen not only one, but several.
Y también yo quiero, ¿por qué no fueron a nuestra comunidad? ¿Por qué ustedes nos tuvieron que traer a nosotros aquí, ya que yo tengo cáncer y yo para mí esto es muy afectado?
And I also want to ask, why did you not come to our community and you had us come over here? ¿Qué fue lo que dijo?
Sí, porque yo estoy en radiación.
Because
Tuve que venir aquí y tomo medicamento de radiación.
because I'm sick and I'm undergoing radiation and I'm taking medication for the radiation.
También los documentos que nos dieron allá afuera no están en nuestro idioma, que es en español.
And also the documents handed over outside were not in our language, which is
Y me
Spanish.
gustaría que mi comunidad se levantara. ¿Quiénes fueron afectados? ¿Quiénes son afectados en este momento como yo?
And I would like for
Levántense,
our
por favor.
community to rise
Levántense.
up as they have been affected as I was. Please
Es
rise
para
up.
que vean cómo nos ha afectado, y a mí emocionalmente me ha afectado demasiado, porque yo tengo dos hijas que tiene una 15 años y una de 22.
And this has affected me a lot because I have a 15 and a 22-year-old daughters, and that has affected us a lot.
Y yo soy mamá y papá,
And I'm mother and father.
y estoy enferma, y si algo me pasa, ¿qué va a pasar con mis hijas?
And I am ill, sick, and if something happens to me, what's going to happen to my daughters?
Necesito que pongan atención de lo que está pasando
I need-
en nuestra comunidad,
I need you to pay attention to what's happening in our community
y que se muevan estas fábricas de este lugar, por favor.
and for these factories to move from their location, please.
Gracias, comunidad.
Thank you, community.
Thank you, Ms. Fernandez.
Next, we have Irma Mejia, followed by Guadalupe Ayala.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Irma Mejía y soy miembro de la comunidad de Inner City Strego y soy del este de Los Ángeles, de Inner City Strego.
Buenos días. Good morning, everybody. I am from Inner City Struggle, a member of that community
Del este de Los Ángeles.
from East LA.
Ujú. Yo vengo a pedirles, por favor, que ustedes que tienen el poder hagan algo por nosotros.
I came here to ask, please, since you are the ones who have the power, to do something for us.
Porque necesitamos que alguien se haga responsable de todo lo que está pasando.
Because we need somebody to be responsible for all of what's happening,
Porque parece que esto va empezando.
because it seems that this is just getting started.
Esto va para largo plazo, porque
Sí.
no sabemos qué consecuencias podemos tener en el futuro.
This is going to be a long-term situation because we don't know what are the consequences to us in the future.
Está ahorita el calor muy fuertísimo.
The heat is quite powerful right now.
No podemos prender aires acondicionados, ventiladores, ni nada que se le parezca, porque tenemos que estar oliendo hasta dentro de nuestra casa.
We cannot turn air conditioners, filters, fans, or anything of the like because we have to be smelling the smell inside our houses.
Es un olor insoportable. Sé que ustedes lo saben,
It's an unbearable smell, and I know you know this,
pero necesitamos que haya rapidez en esto,
but we need steadfastness in this
porque nos salimos un ratito afuera para respirar un poquito de aire, pero no se puede.
because we step outside for a little bit to breathe some air, but it's impossible.
De por sí lo que estamos pasando, yo he tenido dolores de cabeza, igual que mis hijos, y ojos irritados,
What we
ganas,
are undergoing already, headaches, irritated eyes, myself and my children,
pues ganas de devolver el estómago, náuseas,
nausea, the vomiting sensation.
todo esto. Entonces, por favor, les pido que hagan algo al respecto, pero que sea lo más rápido que se pueda.
All of this, so I please ask you to do something regarding this as fast as possible.
Igual con toda la contaminación que estamos respirando,
The same with all the pollution that we are breathing,
independientemente de los malos olores y de las moscas, los ratones.
independently of the bad smell, the flies, the mice.
Creo que no merecemos esta vida.
I don't think we deserve this life.
Necesitamos que hagan algo al respecto, por favor, lo más
We need
rápido
you
que
to
se
do
pueda.
something regarding this situation as fast as possible, please.
Y apoyo la orden que están considerando.
And I support the order that you are taking in consideration.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia.
Guadalupe Ayala.
Guadalupe Ayala.
Sí.
Buenos días.
Buenos días a todos.
Good morning, everybody.
Mi nombre es Guadalupe Ayala. Estoy un poco nerviosa porque nunca había hablado así, pero
My name is Guadalupe Ayala. I'm a little bit nervous because I've never spoken like this before.
yo solamente les digo que no hay seres humanos de primera ni de segunda.
I just want to tell you that there's no first or second category human beings.
Todos merecemos respeto y sí, estamos sufriendo bastantes.
We all deserve respect, and yes, many of us are suffering.
Ellos nomás están considerando, por ejemplo, 2 o 3, no sé cuántas calles serán,
You're
pero yo
considering
vivo más o menos como a unas 6 cuadras hacia arriba.
You're considering
Eso es
maybe
horrible.
2 or 3 streets, but I'm 6 streets above this, and it's miserable, it's unbearable.
Yo soy asmática.
I suffer from asthma.
No tengo aire acondicionado porque me hace daño.
I don't have AC because it's damaging for me.
Pongo los ventiladores y
Ay.
parece que está un horno.
I turn on the fans and it seems to be an oven.
No puedo ni cocinar.
I cannot cook.
Ya tengo fobia.
I have a phobia.
A mí me gustaría invitar a uno de los representantes de esa compañía
I would like to invite one of the representatives of that company
que se fuera a dormir una noche a mi casa.
to spend the night at my place.
Yo cada vez que tengo que salir afuera me tengo que poner la máscara.
Every time I have to go outside, I need to wear a mask.
Y ellos dicen solamente el este de Los Ángeles. Yo
En-
tengo familia en Montebello.
And they say only East LA, but I have
lo
family in
mismo.
Montebello, and it's the same.
Yo sé que hay accidentes,
I know there's accidents,
pero a nosotros nos gustaría que sí limpiaran. Yo tengo problemas de salud, tengo que salir a caminar, no se puede.
but I would like for them to clean. I have health issues. I need to go outside, and it's not possible.
Y pues yo era todo lo que quería expresar, ¿verdad? No
That's
me
what I
puedo,
wanted to express.
no me puedo imaginar las personas que tienen niños pequeños y que tienen que salir.
I cannot imagine
no-
people with
que no
small
pueden
children
salir.
and have to go outside and cannot go outside.
Yo en mi casa parece que estoy en un sauna, la verdad.
In my house, it seems that I'm in a sauna, to tell you the truth.
Y pues es lo que tengo que decir. Muchas gracias.
That's what I have to say. Thank
Ay,
you.
también para la alcaldesa, muchas gracias a la alcaldesa, porque la verdad la alcaldesa sí que está presentando en esos lugares, yo la he visto.
And
y-
also to the mayor, thank you, because she has shown up at those places, and I thank her.
Y me encantó lo que dijo, lo que ella estaba expresando es la verdad.
And I love what she said, what she expressed as the truth.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Gracias, Ms. Ayala. And some of you may have noticed, we have 4 minutes. That's when there's a translator. We need extra time. But it is otherwise 2 minutes, and let's try and keep it to that, folks. Thank you.
Recordarles que a pesar del traductor son 2 minutos. ¿Usted necesita un intérprete, verdad, señora?
Sí, voy a ceder mi tiempo a mi compañera Cecilia.
I'm gonna give my time to my partner Cecilia.
Thank you, madam.
Gracias, señor.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Cecilia Andrade.
Good
Y
morning.
ven-
My name is Cecilia Andrade.
Vengo del este de Los Ángeles.
I'm here from East LA.
Y vengo de la organización La Lucha del Pueblo.
And I'm here from the La Lucha del Pueblo organization.
Vivo a una milla de donde pasó el incendio
I live a mile away from where the fire happened.
y mi trabajo también está a una milla punto 3.
And my job is about a mile point 3 from there as well,
De donde fue el incendio.
where the fire happened.
Este problema es muy feo, muy triste.
This is a very ugly and sad problem.
Hay mucha preocupación para nuestra salud.
There's a lot of concern regarding our health.
Del aire que estamos respirando
The air we are breathing
es muy feo.
is very ugly.
Me preocupa porque por mi familia
I'm concerned about my family
sufren de asma
and because they suffer from asthma
y otras enfermedades.
and other illnesses.
También me preocupa desde que empezó todo este problema del humo. Yo mantengo mis ventanas, puertas cerradas.
I'm also concerned because since all this issue with the smoke started, I've been keeping my doors and windows closed.
Y si hay una ley que nos puedan ayudar,
And if there's a law that could help us,
en mi caso, no están para saberlo, yo tengo más de 3 años sin luz, sin agua caliente y nadie puede hacer nada.
and in my case, which is not of your concern, but I've been without power and water for over 3 years.
Y más en esta situación que yo tengo que mantener mi puerta y mis ventanas cerradas,
And
esto
even,
es muy estresante.
and even worse with this situation where I have to keep windows and doors open, closed, excuse me. This is quite a stressful situation.
No soy nadie para exigir, pero sí exijo
I'm nobody to demand, but yet I do demand.
hablan de mucha ayuda.
You talk about a lot of help.
Hagan algo por la comunidad y por las familias, los niños.
Do something for the community, for the families, for the children.
No puedo decir más, es todo. Gracias.
I cannot say any more. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrade.
You don't need any.
Hello, my name is Pedro Hernandez. I am a resident of Boyle Heights. I live about 1.5 miles away from the Lineage Warehouse fire. The fire has impacted me, my family, and my community from the dangerous smoke and chemicals around the area and in the air. This not only affects me, but my community. This fire is extremely harmful because of the people with existing medical conditions that have been worsened by the fire. I am concerned about the odors and the quality of the air in my neighborhood because some of my family, and myself included, have asthma. We need purifiers in every room just to get rid of the smell. This does not include the harmful chemicals that are in the air. This has been a problem that's been affecting our community for about 2 months already. Me, my neighbors, and my community deserve clean air and the proper precautions needed for emergencies similar to this one to be treated as an emergency like this has. I ask that AQMD takes our concerns seriously and conduct extensive investigation of the quality of air to make sure that we have a fast and safe cleanup. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Appreciate it, Mr. Hernandez.
Good morning. My name is Bianca Lopez, and I'm an active community member whose family and friends live in the surrounding areas of where the Lineage fire took place. The fire has impacted me and my community. When the fire started, I helped pass out resources to my community members affected by it. I was out in the streets passing all these resources, and I can smell the strong odor left by this fire. I had to be a shoulder for those who have been left behind without the assistance needed to properly sustain through this situation. As a result, I'm concerned about the odors and the quality of the air in my neighborhood. since many cannot go outside to spend time outdoors during this hot summer and the odor that they had to inhale. Me and my neighbors deserve clean air and for the lineage to be held accountable. Thank you for listening for my concerns.
Appreciate it, Ms. Lopez.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dulce Cerritos, and I am with Inner City Struggle. Due to the responsible environmental lineage actions by taking a long time to clean up the mess, the quality of air, now water and smell continues being a major issue. This is constantly not only impacting my family, but our whole community. It's not pleasant to go to sleep and wake up dealing with this environmental crime. I am concerned about the odors and the quality of the air in the neighborhood because of the long-term emotional, mental, and physical health consequences this creates premature health conditions and premature death. Me and my neighbors deserve clean and green and clean air and green spaces, parks, trees, because it's a human right. I ask the AQMD takes our concerns seriously and conduct an extensive investigation of the quality of our air to make sure that we have a fast and safe cleanup. Lineage logistics needs to be accountable for the environmental atrocity happening in my community right now and must be shut down permanently. Instead, please build parks and green spaces for our communities and our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cerritos.
Monica Mendoza, Myrna Silva, and Gia Monroe.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Monica Mendoza. I'm a resident of Boyle Heights. I'm proud to be a member of Proyecto Pastoral, a nonprofit organization for social justice. My mother and myself were impacted. My mother suffers from respiratory, taking her back and forth to the doctors. This horrified fire happened on a Thursday. Friday, she was not just fainting, she was choking on me. 15-year-old little girl ran and got a bottle of water. And I was like, what do I do? What am I gonna do? Because I could see her face going pale. And oh my gosh, Thank goodness my eldest, which is a pharmacist, came in and assisted me. It was ugly. I don't believe in news. I don't like news. I don't want to be taking what's other people's because I have too many, or we all have too many to carry, right? Well, anyway, I've had help, Ms. Karen Bass. I'm a Proyecto Pastoral, passing, canvassing, phone banking, and all that. And I experienced a child, an 11-year-old, stating that this facility had meat from 2010, which is 16 years, so many more years from now, right? Anyway, somehow I was able to no, Papa, no, this and that. Not only that, there was a gentleman with the big eye. There was another person with the nose swollen. So this is happening. I didn't want to believe it. I don't like news, but it's happening. 5 days I was canvassing, 3 days with diarrhea. That isn't fair. This is the land of dreams, right? Blue-eyed grandfather in heaven, African descendant. But what rhymes to me is the indigenous. This land was ours. We were kicked out, however it happened. I was thinking somebody from Mexico crossed to play poker, to get drunk and lose.
Sorry, thank you for your time. Appreciate that, Ms. Mendoza.
Hola, muy buenos días. Mi nombre es Mirna Silva.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mirna Silva.
Yo vivo a un bloque de donde fue el incendio.
I live a block away from where the fire happened.
Creo que muchas personas de las que están aquí no viven de cerca como yo vivo con mi familia las consecuencias de lo que esto nos trajo.
I believe that many of the people here don't live the consequences of what happened as I do and my family as well.
Ni física ni emocionalmente estamos bien. Soy sobreviviente de COVID, a 2 infartos y todo esto me ha traído consecuencias basta con que yo sufro de mis pulmones.
I'm a survivor of COVID, 2 heart attacks, and I'm living with the consequences of that.
Tuve a mis hijos también enfermos por todas las consecuencias que han pasado.
My children have been sick as well due to the consequences of everything that has been happening.
Nos dicen que mandemos a nuestros hijos a la escuela,
We've been
que
told
hay,
to send our children to school,
que hay seguridad, que está trabajando el distrito.
that there's
Ahorita-
safety, that the district is working.
Ahora nos dicen que no es seguro, que el aire no está bien, cuando nos dicen que 100% está bien.
Now they tell us that the air is not safe when we have been told that it's 100% safe.
La compañía nos dice que hay 2 líneas para comunicarnos. En español nunca tienen, siempre el buzón está full.
The company says that there's 2 lines to communicate and that there's a Spanish line, but it's always full.
No tengo la responsabilidad de que los dueños de casa no tengan registrados la propiedad, que viven más personas. Mi propiedad está usada por más personas.
I am not responsible that the housing that I live at is occupied by more people than they should. The landlords are aware of that.
La ayuda no ha llegado a mi hogar por el hecho de que no califico o ya está usado la propiedad con otras personas.
Help has not reached me because I either do not qualify or because of the registered tenants have been receiving that help because they are registered.
La alcaldesa dice que está presionando a la compañía. La compañía está haciendo lo posible o lo que está en sus manos. Creo que ese no es el punto.
That has been reaching to the company, and the company says that has been doing what's possible, what's in their hands, but I don't think that's the point.
Ella debería de estar mano a mano con ellos para podernos solucionar el problema que tenemos en nuestro vecindario.
They should be going hand on hand with them to solve the issue we have in our community.
No nomás es apuntar a la persona que está en el problema, sino unirnos al problema, solucionarnos el problema.
It's not about just pointing at the person that has the issue, but join everybody in the issue or the problem in order to solve it.
Somos seres humanos, merecemos respeto y dignidad.
We're human beings, we deserve respect and dignity.
Necesitamos que ellos hagan lo posible como nuestros líderes políticos
We need you to do what's possible as our political leaders
para que el problema se solucione. Somos muchas personas que estamos sufriendo de salud.
so the problem solves, because there's many of us people suffering from health issues.
Otras compañeras han dicho lo que estamos sufriendo con calor, olor y todo lo demás y consecuencias de enfermedad, malestares estomacales. No es justo para nosotros.
Some other of our partners have stated what we are suffering with the heat, the problems with our health, the nausea, the headaches.
Necesitamos colaboración de todos ustedes y de todas las personas que están sufriendo las consecuencias con nosotros. No viven con nosotros ahí para estar oliendo.
We need your help to support the community and be with the ones that are suffering with us.
Gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Silva. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gia Monroy, and I'm a resident of East Los Angeles. I live about 2 miles away from the Lineage Warehouse fire. My family and I have been affected by this fire. We saw the ash reaching our community, and we were scared about what we were breathing in. We were especially concerned about the chemicals and other materials that may have been burnt and what the long-term effects could be in our families. You guys say that it has been said that people haven't been affected or people can't get sick, but there's so many other stories. And even our dogs had to be brought inside because there was so much ash outside. And this is not a livable condition for people, animals, and any living and breathing item or person or thing. Even though the fire itself is no longer our only concern, the community is still dealing with the smell of rotting food, and especially these massive flies in my area. This has created even more fear around sanitation, contamination, and potential health risks. Now, I ask you to put yourself in the shoes of the families who live directly across the street or just a few steps away from this warehouse. Now, imagine waking up every day to these odors, these rats, these maggots that linger, and the uncertainty of what you and your children are being exposed to. This is not a humane way for anyone to live. I also want to ask you, how are schools in the area supposed to safely reopen with these conditions going on? Our children deserve to go to school in a clean and safe environment. My neighbors and I deserve to breathe in the clean air, and also I'm asking for the AQMD to take our concerns seriously, investigate the air quality and environmental concerns and conditions around this fire, and to make sure that there's a fast and safe cleanup. Lineage Logistics should be held accountable for the pollution and the conditions our community have been forced to experience. I support the order of abatement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Monroe.
Mi nombre es Carmen Reséndiz, vivo en Boyle Heights.
My name is Carmen Reséndiz. I live in Boyle Heights.
Soy miembro de la Lucha del Pueblo.
I am a member of La Lucha del Pueblo.
Estoy aquí porque me preocupa la calidad de aire que estamos respirando, no solo el olor,
I'm here because I'm concerned about the quality of the air we're breathing, not just the smell,
sino los químicos también que estamos respirando y comiendo, porque
also the chemicals that we're breathing and eating.
cuando mis hijos salen y fue el programa que debieron disfrutar de verano fue todo lo contrario.
Because when my children go out and they were about to enjoy a summer program, was completely the opposite.
Esos olores se sienten hasta en nuestro cuerpo, nuestra ropa, en nuestra piel.
Those smells are in our bodies, we can feel it in our bodies, we can smell it on our clothes, on our skin.
Ya fue mucho tiempo y van a regresar a la escuela. ¿Cómo? No han hecho nada para eso.
It's been a long time. They were about to go back to school and they have done nothing regarding that.
Esta compañía tiene que hacerse responsable porque nuestra salud, los daños que causó ya no van a remediarlos.
This company has to assume the responsibility because the damages that have been caused are staying with us.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias, señor.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Hello, my name is Cesar Sandoval Cruz. I attend Woodrow Wilson Senior High School in East LA and a member of Inner City Struggle. I live 1.7 miles away from the Lineage warehouse that caught fire on Wednesday, July 17th of the year 2026. The fire has impacted me and my family in various ways. When the fire had just lit up, it caused my college classes to be canceled for a total of 2 days. That is 2 days of lectures being canceled and topics being uncovered. The fire that caused thousands of pounds of food to rot lingers in the air every day. Whenever we step outside, it reeks. I feel a sensation to throw up, and that's how bad it is. I am concerned about the odors and the quality of the air in my neighborhood because it has impacted people's health, small business owners, and affected everyday things we do. Me and my neighbors deserve clean airs because we deserve our voices to be heard, because these fires are causing so much harm to us as human beings, to our pets, our jobs, and our living conditions. I am here today to urge AQMD to take our concerns seriously, conduct extensive investigations of the air quality to ensure we have a fast, safe, and swift cleanup, and to make sure that this issue is resolved as soon as possible. Lineage Logistics needs to be accounted for all the harm they've done. They must be shut down now. Thank you for your time and for listening to my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Hello, good morning. My name is Erica Jimenez, and I'm here today because I wanted to support the order of abatement against Lineage. I'm a resident here of Boyle Heights, and I also work in the neighborhood. The fire has impacted me and my community for the last several days, and the stench has been horrible. The smell travels. I live all the way in Mariachi Plaza, and we can still smell it there all at night. You go to Monterey Park, it smells over there too. I'm concerned for my neighborhood and community members because a lot of the elderly folks don't have the luxury to escape the stench when they have to stay at home, right? They're not able to go to work. Sometimes you have to travel for work, but if you have to stay at home, it's like, you can't go outside because it stinks really bad. Please ensure in doing what's right, putting pressure on the city to conduct the cleanup as soon as possible so that the smell goes away. Our community deserves fresh air and it needs a cleanup. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jimenez. Appreciate it. I can start speaking? Yeah.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Pineda. I'm part of James A. Garfield Senior High School, and I am a resident of East LA or East Los Angeles. I live about a mile away from the Lineage warehouse fire. And before I move on, first and foremost, I just wanted to say that I support the order being proposed. Now, to continue, the fire has impacted me and my family by restricting us from participating in our day-to-day activities. For example, we weren't able to go to church due to how close it was to the fire and the risk it posed to our health. Myself and families alike were forced to choose between going to church at the expense of our health or hold off due to the severe impact of the fire. I say this to highlight another unaccounted impact Lineage has created on me, my community's mental, physical, and spiritual health. I am concerned about the odors and the quality of the air in my neighborhood because I've noticed a lot of the residents are either older or have low income, meaning some may not know how to gather resources to protect themselves against the conditions or know how to get their voices heard on their opinion. Me and my neighbors deserve clean air and healthy neighborhoods. And I ask, why must we stress for our health for problems caused by corporations like Lineage and the lack of necessary support by elected officials? I ask that AQMD take our concerns very serious and conduct extensive investigation of the quality of our air to make sure that we have a fast and safe cleanup. Lineage Logistics needs to be accountable for the harmful conditions and restrictions they have placed on myself and the community I live in. Therefore, I request that it should be shut down permanently. Thank you for.
Gracias, Mr. Pineda.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Margarita González.
Good morning, my name is Margarita González.
Yo vivo en Boyle Heights y vengo a representar a Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
I live in Boyle Heights and I'm here representing Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Estoy aquí no para pedir por favor, a exigir que escuchen a mi comunidad.
And I'm here not to say please, but to demand for our community to be heard.
Hemos pasado 2 meses donde mi comunidad ha vivido los peores días.
We've spent 2 months where our community has lived the worst days.
A nosotros se nos ha ignorado.
We have been ignored.
En una reunión, un representante de la compañía dijo que el aire no estaba contaminado.
At a meeting we had, a representative of the company said that the air was not polluted.
Nosotros no somos ignorantes.
We are not ignorant.
Lo que respiramos está contaminado.
What we breathe is polluted.
Está lleno de bacterias.
It's full of bacteria.
Una persona dijo que lo invitaba a dormir. Yo les digo, venga a comer con su familia.
A person said that they should spend the night at their place. I say, come with your family and eat with us.
Nuestros hijos, nuestra comunidad merece respeto.
Our children, our community deserves respect.
¿Quién va a responder cuando niños que ahorita están en los vientres de su madre padezcan con enfermedades?
Who's going to answer when the babies who are in the mother's wombs are suffering illnesses?
Ahorita quieren solamente engañar a la comunidad.
Right now, they just want to fool the community.
Llegando ahí
con montones de mascarillas,
coming with a bunch of masks,
con un purificador, y cuando las personas necesitan ayuda y no están dentro de las áreas afectadas, no las escuchan.
with a purifier, and when people who need help are not within the affected communities, they do not help them.
¿Acaso el aire tiene un código postal?
Does the air has a zip code?
Por favor, no crean que nosotros seguimos tapados de los ojos.
Please don't think that we are still blindfolded.
Así es que, si van a responder, háganlo ya.
So if you're going to answer now.
Tenemos personas mayores que no pueden a veces ni siquiera ir a las tiendas.
We have elderly people that sometimes cannot even go to the store.
No tienen aire acondicionado en su casa.
They don't have AC at home.
Nuestros hijos adentro en las casas porque no pueden salir.
Our children are inside the house because they cannot come out.
Tenemos todo contaminado, hasta nuestras plantas.
Everything is polluted, even our plants.
Ahora, con las moscas, todo lo que tenemos.
And with the flies, the rats, and everything we have, it's not fair.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, the next 5 speakers are Candida Medel, Selena Martinez, Tiff Sanchez, and Maria Patino Gutierrez.
And Madam Clerk, after those 5, that'll get us close to 11. We'll probably take a morning break then.
Okay.
Mi nombre es Selena Martínez.
Good morning, my name is Selena Martinez.
Vivo en el este de Los Ángeles,
I live in Este LA,
aproximadamente a 7 cuadras de donde sucedió este incendio, explosión o lo que haya sido.
approximately 7 blocks away from this fire explosion, whatever it might be.
Soy miembro de la comunidad y de la iglesia de Nuestra Señora de la Victoria, que está más cerca.
I am member and part of the community of the Nuestra Señora
De la Victoria.
de la Victoria, which is closer to the area.
Siempre tenemos muchas actividades en esta parroquia. Desafortunadamente, por esto que ha sucedido, es imposible.
We always have a lot of activities at our church, but because of what happened, it has been impossible.
Cuando estamos dentro, estamos sufriendo de calor.
When we're inside, we suffer the heat.
Cuando estamos fuera, estamos sufriendo porque no podemos respirar.
When we're outside, we suffer because we cannot breathe.
Las personas mayores y los niños son los más afectados.
The elderly people and children are the most affected.
En estos momentos estamos pensando en cuántos niños van a regresar a la escuela.
Currently, we're thinking about how many children are going back to school.
¿Qué es lo que van a respirar?
What are they going to breathe?
Lo que queremos saber es qué clase de aire estamos respirando.
What we want to know is what kind of air are we breathing?
Porque han dicho que no hay ningún problema,
Because they've said that there's no problem,
pero sí lo hay.
but there is.
No podemos respirar.
We cannot breathe.
Nuestra vista, nuestros ojos están doliendo, ardiendo, punzando.
Our sight, our eyes are itchy, are burning.
Dolores de cabeza.
We have headaches.
Y desafortunadamente las personas que tenemos alguna enfermedad crónica somos los que más estamos sufriendo.
And unfortunately, us who have a chronic illness are the ones who are suffering the most.
Soy sobreviviente de cáncer de pulmón.
I'm a lung cancer survivor.
Mi esposo es sobreviviente de cáncer del tiroides.
My husband is thyroid cancer survivor.
Y los dos estamos sufriendo las consecuencias de lo que estamos respirando.
And both of us are suffering of the consequences of what we are breathing.
Solamente queremos que verdaderamente nos den respuestas a lo que queremos saber.
Really want true answers to what we want to know.
¿Qué está pasando? ¿Por qué no informan?
What's
¿Por qué
happening?
no dicen la verdad?
Why there's no information? Why they are not telling the truth?
Las compañías que causan tantos problemas están dentro de las comunidades que estamos más, desafortunadamente, somos las que más necesitamos la ayuda.
The companies that are within the community that unfortunately are those communities who need the most help.
Dicen que el aire está bien, pero hasta las moscas están sintiendo que no está bien.
They say the air is fine, but even the flies are feeling that the air is not
Están
fine.
en los árboles, andan todas tontas porque no saben qué está pasando con ellas.
They're all dumb around the trees because they don't know what's happening.
Parece un chiste, pero es una realidad.
It seems like a joke, but it's a reality.
Y es muy triste mirar la necesidad que tiene nuestra comunidad y que seamos ignorados.
And it's very sad to see the need of our community and how it's being ignored.
Por favor, hagan algo al respecto, se los agradeceríamos mucho. Que
Please.
tengan un buen día.
Something about it. We will thank you very much. Have a good day.
Tiff Sanchez. Oh, good morning, everyone. My name is Tiff Sanchez. I'm the Eastside Youth Organizer for East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I work with youth that live in Boyle Heights and the unincorporated areas of East LA from as far as 0.9 miles away from the Lineage catastrophe site, because it is a catastrophe, to as far as 3 miles away from the catastrophe zone. I am here to support the abatement orders and to ask AQMD to strengthen them, not temporarily, but permanently. So that way we make sure that Lineage is held accountable through criminal charges, and any other polluter that comes to our community or is in our community is held to criminal charges. For this disaster that they created, I have surveyed the surrounding neighborhood. All neighbors are experiencing chronic health impacts, such as, besides the odor, right? The odor is what we're talking about, such as phlegm that they can't get rid of no matter how hard they cough, skin rashes, flies that bite them. Our own youth members have had nosebleeds, vomiting blood, ER visits due to shortness of breath, migraines, nausea, and also worsening symptoms. I myself experienced sinus infections when I was distributing air purifiers to our youth members and families. I urge AQMD to work with other agencies to press criminal charges against Lineage and request the documents on ammonia exposure, which they say they magically took out of the warehouse before the fire. And we know, because we're surveying people, that that's not true. And Lineage has never proven that they can be trusted in our community. So this is bigger than odor. This is a public health catastrophe, and we depend on your agency and all agencies.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
Dr. Maria Patino Gutierrez will have one more, and that'll be Maya Lopez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maria Patino Gutierrez, and I'm a resident of East LA, and I'm a member of East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I'm also a mom of 2 kids, and they're supposed to be starting school next week. My kids' school is about less than 2 miles away from the site of the catastrophe, and I don't feel comfortable with them going back. The school has sent out a newsletter explaining what's going to happen, but I still don't feel like the company's being held accountable. Like many of my community members, our summer plans were ruined because of this fire and because of the ongoing consequences. And we're here to ask for the agencies to work together. I also think my son might want to make a comment if he feels okay with it.
It was my birthday when the fire started, and my baseball game got canceled. Everything got canceled because of the fire.
So his, the summer memories that he was supposed to make this summer were ruined. And as well as in general, right, we don't know what's going to happen with our health. My daughter has asthma. So this was a very stressful time for us to be dealing with keeping kids entertained, but also keeping them healthy. And this is what we're dealing with, and we really ask you to listen to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gutierrez.
Hello, my name is Maya Lopez, and I am from Boyle Heights, and I am a member of East Yard. The fire has affected a lot of our community members, as you have just heard. And one of the ways is I was a counselor for a camp, and we have breakfast outside, and our kids didn't want to eat because of the smell. And if we think about this in a wider perspective, this is affecting a lot of other people who are feeling nauseous, and their smell is making them not want to eat, which will cause other effects in their health. Next, we also have to decide whether in our houses, if we want to be trapped in the heat of our house, or if we want to be exposed to this contaminated air. And it's not fair that we have to choose one or the other. We shouldn't have to. We all deserve access to free, clean air. And to we want the lineage company to be held accountable, and by keeping them accountable, we don't want them in our community no longer. We don't want these warehouses being built, and we want them cleaned up and out of here. We do not want to see their company, their faces in our community ever again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. So we will take a brief break to 11:51, 10 minutes if possible, people. Thank you very much. She spoke already, didn't she? I thought. All right. In the interim, we handle a couple of, well, one was an actual copy of an exhibit that's already in there, Exhibit A, we were handed. And also there's a new P5. Ms. Lawyer spoke already. It's a letter from Daisy Lawyer, Loya. That's going to be called P5. We'll resume with the speakers. I will just mention again, we still show 70. We'll never finish today, get to action if we have to hear them all. So again, if you find what you want to talk about has been stated already, either consider whether you have to talk, or if so, can you keep it brief? Again, it's even been acknowledged by the respondent in at least the papers they filed here about the reported serious odor concerns, and that admitted that odors are emanating from the facility. So that's really on the record here already. So we appreciate everyone who could try and help us make sure we get everyone heard reasonably, but then can act on the proposed conditions today. With that, Madam Clerk, call the next group.
Okay, the next group of 5 is Laura C., Stephanie Prieto, it's Papalo Palti, and Bella Hernandez, and Moises Martinez.
Good morning to everybody except Lineage. My name is Laura. I am a member, organizer, and executive director with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. When the fire started, our East Side organizer immediately started notifying folks and encouraging folks to evacuate. We knew it was bad, but we didn't know it would be this bad. In the 2 months since the fire started, the East Yard team has supported our community by distributing air purifiers, creating community resource hubs, and more recently, door knocking to collect input on impacts and needs from the community. What we've also been doing is engaging with electeds and agencies like AQMD to take action to protect our communities. Unfortunately, AQMD and other agencies and electeds have not stepped up with the urgency required for our hoods. Notice of violations are fine, but they are not enough. AQMD is an enforcement agency, so enforce. East Yard, along with other community groups, have stepped up and will continue to step up because these are our hoods. However, that does not exclude or excuse AQMD from doing better. Here is what we need. We need the abatement order on water runoff collection is not strong enough. That needs to be strengthened. No permitting for Lineage. We are done with permitting for Lineage. They have proven that they are bad neighbors and bad actors. We do not need them here. We need AQMD, not Lineage, to do fence line monitoring on site at minimum for formaldehyde and ammonia. We have done community testing that shows elevated levels of these, and community is still feeling health impacts. We need interagency collaboration. We need adequate phone operators because your phone operators have been hanging up on us and been condescending and disrespectful to us. The community impacts that community members.
That short and long-term hazards that Lineage has in our hood. Lineage, fuera.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Prieto. I'm a resident of unincorporated East LA, more specifically a couple blocks down from Lineage and zip code 90023. Just to put into perspective, that zip code annually, according to Cal EnviroScreen, is our air quality is continuously considered poor air quality. So Lineage, the fire was not just a one and done incident. It is one incident that is part of a much larger issue, which is the overall contamination that we have to deal with on a daily in that neighborhood. And for people that are wondering what happens to kids that are born in these areas and then have to deal with the remnants of these issues, just to put it into further perspective, I was born with lead poisoning, born and raised in that area, and at the grand age of 28, I'm still here asking the AQMD board to please consider the very poor zoning and buffer zones that have been previously put in place to allow these facilities to exist in residential areas and to continue polluting us. So please think about what is the impact in rebuilding Lineage, mind you, a facility that we didn't even want in the first place, that is further contributing to the pollution that we have there. And that now we have to deal with these impacts on top of what was already the oil spill, current exide cleanup, and just living near the Skag Railroad, the freeways. We have multiple polluters. Lineage is one of many. And for that contributing factor, please consider shutting this facility down and the project continually, as well as rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pereira.
Hello, my name is Eats Papalo Patley. I'm here with ECR, but more importantly, I'm here as a Boyle Heights resident. I was born and raised, lived there my whole life, and I am less than a mile away from the fires that happened. And I just really want to put out there the inconvenience of this location. The fact that at the Stevenson meeting that it got flooded with so many people because so many people wanted to be here speaking from our community, but they were not given the chance to be heard. And the fact that we're all the way over here during times when we know that family members can't come, when working family members can't come and be here with us is really sad. And the fact that even the paperwork here isn't in Spanish. There's no inclusivity here, especially for the people within our community. And I'd really like to touch on the fact that I did help go do surveys for the fires. And it's really sad the fact that I had to go do that because no one else is. And we had heard so many things from these residents. We've heard that during the night, the smell gets so rancid and so much worse. And no one's there taking care of it. It's been 2 months already. We can't be letting our people suffer like this. And we've been for years, we've known this, that we've been suffering from Lineage, Exide, Farmer John's, and all the freeways. How many toxic environmental tragedies do we need to happen for us to be heard? It's genuinely not okay. And we need some sort of financial compensation because with these with the air purifiers that they're giving out, I'd also like to highlight the fact that most of these homes are multi-generational homes. Yes, they said that they've given out over 400 plus items to these families, right? But it's only one item per household. How does that make sense when these homes are all multi-generational? I come from a multi-generational home.
Thank you, Miss. I appreciate it, though.
Hello. Hello. My name is Isabella Hernandez. I'm 16 years old. I'm here representing Boyle Heights and East Yard. Listen, okay, our community has had to deal with this fire and its impacts for almost 2 months. I mean, not even the smell, but our health has been compromised. I personally have taken time out of my day and go door to door to ask residents about their health and their concerns. Every single person I asked said that they were sick or that they have been impacted negatively. They tell me about how the chemicals make their eyes and their lungs burn. They tell me about how they can't go outside and they can't sleep properly. These symptoms are just the beginning. What's gonna happen in 20 years when we develop cancer? What about school? Am I expected to go into my senior year in these conditions? It's ridiculous. Lineage is banking on the fact that we're poor. They think we're stupid and uneducated and we're just gonna lie down and take this. We're not. We deserve clean air and a safe place to live. We aren't asking Lineage to turn our community into the next Beverly Hills. We're asking them to stop slowly killing us for an extra buck. Our community is standing together and I'm begging you guys to also stand with us. Stop letting Lineage play with their dicks and make them do something. Even if you don't care, do it to end up on the right side of history, okay? Thank you.
After Moises, can I have Sophia Quinones, Anna Huffman, Evelia Montano, Jude Rodriguez, and Dylan Foster?
Hello, my name is Moy Martinez or Moises Martinez, and I am a resident from Boyle Heights. I am also a youth member from East Yards, and I'm here to talk about the fires and the effects that it has happened to me, my family, and my friends. My mom is a disabled woman who has to work outside and has to feed her family. As a family of immigrants and in a community of immigrants, we are all affected from the fires, the chemicals, the ability to not even go outside, but still having to go, being told we have to stay inside, being told we have to be safe, but we are not allowed to be safe because we have to go outside. We have to do work. We have to bring food to our homes, and we aren't all able to because the fire affected all of us for multiple weeks, months, and how longer do we have to wait till someone does something? Our families who are hardworking, who live every day trying to fight for our community, are being ignored. They're not being actually taken serious, and we have to be taken serious. Our families are in danger, and no one is willing to actually listen to how bad it is. The smell is so disgusting. I rather be inside in the heat and avoid the smell because it's so awful. One of my friends lives really close to the place that was affected, and her skin is being ravaged by rashes, and her dad is suffering from the smoke, and her mom is someone who barely finished dealing with breast cancer, and it's not fair that she has to deal with this. None of us have to deal with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Con el permiso de mis antepasados, yo pido la palabra. Mi nombre es Sofía Quiñones. I live 2.7 miles away from the lineage facility, and I was in respiratory distress. I was coughing blood. I had filed complaints with the AQMD, and I've dealt with different bureaucrats till I reached Carlos Gonzalez because of the way the system was to report. This is a first type of incident in California. This has never happened before. And the laws on the books and the way the team was on the floor, it didn't coincide with what was going on. And so when we did reports, those reports were not handled adequately. I've also met with Lineage and talked about unincorporated East Los Angeles. Because of the topography, this is very important. When I filed my complaints that were not dealt with correctly from your agency, I had to discuss and talk about them in an in-depth way, not the sanctioned way we have to deal with in all these meetings that do not allow us to actually discuss what we know about, because these are legacy sites of contamination. And these incidences are criminal. So we need the county to sue, as this entire project has nuisance, just like we did in Chiquita Canyon. That was a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. And I requested yesterday that the Board of Supervisors do that. Right now, we want the AQMD to meet with us. We want a town hall with all our agencies. But a lot of things that are happening, it's not only Lineage fault, it's the agencies that I think have been in neglect, including the Department of Public Health and AQMD, DTSC, et cetera, et cetera. One thing we have to say as a community, we're resilient. ¿Sí se puede? ¿Sí se puede? ¿Sí se puede?
Of dying. That's the bottom line. We have died and we've been born with many issues. These are legacy sites of contamination. This is just one more toxic example on top of another.
Thank you, Ms. Quinones.
Because unincorporated East LA has not been treated the same as the city of Los Angeles.
Good morning, my name is Ana Hoffman. No estoy pidiendo, sino exigiendo que el gobierno, supervisores, AQM y Ms. Karen Bass, Hilda Solis.
Good morning. My name is Hannah Hoffman, and I'm not asking, I'm demanding
The government,
that the government,
supervisors,
the supervisors,
Ms. Karen Bass and Hilda Solis.
Ms. Karen Bass and Elda Solis.
And I'm sorry, I forgot, I live in East Los Angeles and I represent CPC. And I'm begging, for my community, I'm begging also to help us because we've been suffering from emotional and physical daños y por los olores, los síntomas que ya se mencionaron ante.
Damages and the smells and the other symptoms that have been previously mentioned.
Y ahora tenemos muchas ratas, los malos olores
We have a lot of rats now and bad smells
durante la noche y el día.
during night and day.
Los niños, mis nietos, sus vacaciones fueron destruidas.
The children, my grandchildren, and their vacations were ruined
Por los olores, los calores y solamente ofrecen un aire purificador
because of the smell, the heat, and they just offering one air purifier
por familia.
per family.
Necesitamos más ayuda.
We need more help
Porque los niños, mis nietos son disabled. Yo soy una senior citizen disabled.
because the children, my grandchildren, are disabled. I'm a disabled senior citizen.
Y no nada más hablo por mí, sino por toda nuestra comunidad,
And I'm not speaking only on my behalf, but the whole community,
ya que estamos sufriendo los daños físicos y emocionales.
since we are suffering physical and emotional damage.
¿Y qué necesitamos? Les voy a decir qué necesitamos.
And what we need, I'm going to tell you what we need.
Necesitamos una demanda colectiva contra Lineage.
We need to file a civil lawsuit against Lineage.
Y que se remueva de nuestra comunidad. Es una compañía multimillonaria.
We need a class action against Lineage. It's a multi-million-dollar company.
Tiene compañías en Asia y Europe y en otros estados que se vayan allá y que nos dejen solos.
They have companies in Asia and Europe and other states. Go there and leave us alone.
Please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jude Monet, and I'm tired of people hiding behind desks. I'm a resident of Solano Canyon across the 5 freeway and the 110, and I'm here with Friends of Elysian Park and my neighbors. I've worked at on First Street as a vendor selling art, and right next to me, they were passing out filters, masks with the pink filters, and we were supposed to just work there. And I left early because there was ash all on my artwork, and that was that. The following day, I was in Olvera Street in downtown Los Angeles, and I had to wear a mask because it smelled so bad even there. I hosted an event recently at Boyle Heights Bar, and I made the wrong turn one time, and I drove by the Lineage. And I'm glad I did because I was able to witness the site on firsthand. It smells horrendous, horrific. It's terrifying. And I live across these freeways, but I can't even imagine the people that live right across the street. So I'm here to say that we're not alone and we don't deserve this. And I hate seeing my neighbors suffer. And I support the abatement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
After Dylan, can we have Carla Martinez, Christina Garcia, Eve Sanchez, and Marcy Rodriguez?
Am I good to go?
Yes, you're good.
Hello, my name is Dylan Foster. I'm an environmentalist in Los Angeles County, and I'm commenting in support of abatement while also acknowledging that it is not enough and that the regulatory agencies in Los Angeles County have failed the residents of Boyle Heights in this situation. First and foremost, there should have been a lot more testing for what the byproducts were of the fire itself, because a lot of people were getting sick in that moment, including myself. I had issues with breathing and I'd come down with rashes on my feet. Aside from that, even to this point, there has been a serious lack of urgency in terms of monitoring things like methane or other chemicals that might be byproducts of both the spoiled food and the fires themselves. These odors, they're not just odors, they're chemicals, many of which are likely toxic chemicals that are making people sick. And everyone is commenting that they have been dealing with some form of illness. What the lack of action to protect residents over whatever the interests are of lineage in this situation has been a failure in and of itself. And I urge that the AQMD do more in its power to protect the residents, many of which are still breathing in toxic chemicals that are making them sick, that will likely reduce their life expectancy as well. Communities like Boyle Heights have been treated as historically as sacrifice zones, and this situation seems to be very fitting of that, especially being that it took weeks just to even get a hearing, and it took weeks just to even get the mayor herself to acknowledge that these people have issues that they're dealing.
Thank you, Mr. Foster.
Hi, my name is Carla Martinez, and I'm a resident from Boyle Heights. I live less than a mile away from the Lineage Warehouse, and I strongly support the order of abatement against Lineage Logistics. The fire has impacted my family and I greatly. Massive headaches have impeded me from living my daily normal life. It has prevented me from going to work, going to the grocery store for supplies, and just overall daily activities. Being stuck inside with no AC in this heat is unbearable. Not to mention the cost of having the air purifiers running for a semblance of fresh air. If the headaches and the heat don't get you, it's the putrid smell, the smell of death and decay that'll get you. I am worried about the air quality in my neighborhood because of all the ash and chemicals it has released and the long-term impacts that it'll have on our health. I urge that AQMD take our plea seriously and conduct a thorough investigation of the air quality in Boyle Heights and East LA to ensure a secure and speedy cleanup. Lineage Logistics needs to be held accountable to the fullest extent of the law for all the damage that they have caused and need to close permanently. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Cristina García.
Good morning, my name is Cristina Garcia.
Estoy aquí, soy representante del colectivo Poder Comunitario.
I'm a representative of Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
Soy de Boyle Heights.
I'm from Boyle Heights.
Y estoy aquí porque ahora me tocó que pasar por donde estuvo ese incendio y está insoportable.
And I'm here today because I went by where the fire happened and it's unbearable.
Y porque yo tengo una enfermedad en la piel, que el aire tiene mucho que ver con la piel.
And I have a skin condition and the air has a lot to do with this skin condition.
Y cada día pues me pongo peor porque el aire es está contaminado y eso es el que daña.
And every day I'm worse because it's the air that's polluted and damages my skin.
Y también yo no entiendo por qué tenemos que venir hasta acá si ya saben lo que tienen que hacer.
I also don't understand why we have to come all the way out here if you know what needs to be done.
Necesitan una ayuda que nosotros vengamos y les digamos lo que tienen que hacer.
Do you need our help to come and tell you what you need to do?
Porque lo que están dando para la comunidad no nos ayuda en nada.
Because what you are giving to the community, it does not help us at all.
Y necesitamos que esa compañía se salga de la ciudad de Boyle Heights, de donde está ella y otras más.
And we need the company to leave Boyle Heights, them and some other ones as well.
Porque por unos cuantos que están haciendo dinero no podemos estar en riesgo de muerte todos nosotros.
Because just for a few to make money, we can not all be at risk to die.
Eso es injusto y ustedes deberían de saber eso.
That is unfair and you should know that.
Porque me imagino que nadie de ustedes, de los que están aquí presentes, viven ni cerca de donde vivimos.
Because I imagine that none of you who are here present today live close to where we live.
Entonces nos deberían tomar en cuenta de cómo nosotros vivimos.
So you should take into consideration, take into account, how is it that we live?
Y ya no nos estén dando mascarillas ni nada de esas cositas que están yendo a dejar allá porque nada de eso nos sirve. Pónganos atención.
And stop bringing little masks and those little things because none of them help us. Just pay attention.
Porque no es nada fácil estar uno enfermo. Tal vez piensan ustedes van al hospital y luego vienen y se recuperan, pero no es así. La enfermedad que yo tengo duele, arde, pica.
Because it's not easy to be sick like we are. You might go to the hospital, heal, and that's it. The condition I have itches, hurts, burns.
Entonces pónganos atención, por favor. No, yo no vengo a exigir así como tan... Ustedes saben lo que tienen que hacer.
Because so just please pay attention. I'm not here just to bluntly demand. You know what you need to do. Pay attention.
Muchas gracias por su atención, pero sí pónganos atención.
Thank you for your attention, but please do pay attention to us.
Hello, my name is Evan, and I'm a community member in East LA. For the last couple of weeks, our homes have been invaded by a putrid smell coming from the burned remains of the Lineage warehouse. I decided to share a comment today because as you all deliberate and hear us today, you all must take into considerations that residents should not be responsible for the air quality in their homes and communities. Air purifiers distributed by mutual aid efforts should not be a reasonable solution to the negative impact that Lineage has had on the quality of life on residents of East LA and Boyle Heights. I support the order to hold the Lineage accountable for the harm they've done to East LA and Boyle Heights and their poor attempts to address the damage. We are witnessing environmental racism. This hearing board is responsible to make sure no further harm is done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sanchez.
After Marcy,
Hi,
can we
good
have,
afternoon. My name
excuse
is
me.
Marcy Rodriguez,
Oh.
and I'm here to share about my experience, how I didn't know that it was lithium that was burning. And when my son and I went to go see the fire, because we're like spectators, we went out there. The firefighter told my son, you know what, you shouldn't be out here. I wouldn't be out here if I wasn't a firefighter. This is dangerous. You will get sick from this. And now here I am with constant mucus in my throat. I mean, down in my lungs. I feel like I have a brick in my lungs. I'm a jogger. I can't even jog the way I used to. Come walk with me about 8 o'clock at night when the night starts settling and you smell the garbage, but the chemicals are always going to be in the air. Even if you take out Lineage, even if you take out that whole area, it's still going to be in there. A wide area of it is all contaminated. Well, how can you, and the people will never be well. It's a lie when you say that that they're going to give them medications and this and that. It's not going to help them. It's only going to make them worse. When I went to the doctors, to the emergency to go get care, you know, the doctor told me, he said, what are you going to do to take care of yourself? If I knew what to do to take care of myself, I wouldn't have gone in there. But let me tell you, every single person here, including everyone on this other side, are important because Jesus died for each and every one of us. That's how important we are. And that's how important that you should look at us. You are accountable for us. You are going to be judged for how we get treated. You're going to be judged for every single thing that you have spoken today and you do not listen to and you do not comply to and you do not help. The county should also be responsible for not speaking up right away about the lithium burning in the air. They should be. I wouldn't have jogged that night the fire came out. I wouldn't have jogged the next night, and I did. And I suffer today now. So who's going to take care of me? I still.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Appreciate it.
Sandra Luz, Ana Maria Hernandez, Eva Garcia, Jose Picaz, and Esther Basulto.
Buen día a todos. Vengo en un grupo de la comunidad de la Iglesia Resurrección.
Good morning, all. I'm here with a community group from Iglesia La Surrección.
Vengo a hablar por los que estamos aquí y por los que no son escuchados allá afuera.
I'm here to talk in behalf of the ones who are here and the ones outside that cannot be heard.
Esto que ha pasado en esa bodega ha sido de las peores catástrofes.
This what happened at that warehouse is one of the worst catastrophes.
Tengo aquí casi 40 años viviendo en Boyo Heights, a una milla de los hechos.
I've been living almost for about 40 years, about a mile away from where the incident happened.
Ha sido una de las peores calamidades que he visto en este país.
It's been one of the worst calamities I've seen in this country.
Esto es muy terrible.
This is terrible.
Lo que está pasando, lo que está saliendo desde el primer día que fueron los hechos de esa explosión, de esa quemazón.
What's been happening, what's been coming out since the explosion and that fire until now
hasta este momento ha sido veneno para todos.
has been poison to all of us.
Veneno realmente que está matando
Real
poco a
poison
poco
that's killing
a las
slowly
personas,
people,
a las mascotas.
pets.
Esto va a ser y ha sido desde el principio lo peor.
This will be and has been the worst since the beginning.
Vidas han sido afectadas desde el principio, como les digo, y van siendo más con el tiempo.
Lives have been damaged from the beginning and more will be with as time passes by.
Afectadas en enfermedades terribles
With
hasta la
terrible
muerte.
sickness and death.
Los purificadores, las mascarillas y todo eso no se tiene que usar porque realmente no podemos estar.
The purifiers and masks cannot be used because we really can't be
Dentro ni fuera de la casa,
in or out the house,
aguantando el veneno que está entrando a nuestros cuerpos, matándonos poco a poco y lentamente, terriblemente.
bearing the poison that's coming into our bodies, killing us slowly.
Si aquí hay un grupo de seres, de personas con el poder
If there's a group of people here with the power
y decisión de tomar cartas en el asunto, de ser removido inmediatamente todo eso hasta los cimientos,
to make the decision to remove that, everything, all of it, down to his foundation,
pido, por favor, que lo hagan inmediatamente. Nadie tiene que aguantar
I
esto.
ask you please to do it immediately. Nobody has to bear with this.
Nadie tiene que pasar todo lo que estamos pasando.
Nobody
Nadie.
has to go through what we are going through.
Esto se tiene que haber removido lo más rápido porque esto es veneno que está afectando, entrando, penetrando nuestros cuerpos, nuestros órganos, nuestra vida. Al
This-
final vamos a caer muchos muertos, infectados.
This should
con
have been
enfermedades.
removed immediately because it's penetrating our bodies and it's killing us, it's poisoning us. It's should be removed.
Terrible es que nadie tenemos que estar padeciendo lo que estamos padeciendo hasta ahorita, hace 2 meses que están y no ha habido el poder de que se remueva totalmente sabiendo todo lo que está pasando contra
It's-
todos los que nos está llegando, esto afectándonos.
It's horrible. We are dealing with this and suffering it for over 2 months. Nobody should be suffering and dealing with what we are doing. They should have been removed immediately.
Pido que se tomen cartas en el asunto y pido justicia por todos, que se haga lo que se debe de hacer totalmente.
I ask for you to take these matters in consideration.
Somos humanos y se tiene que respetar la vida humana.
We are humans and
No
human
podemos
life should be respected. You cannot let us die and we cannot let ourselves be killed.
Si a alguien le importa mi
Thank you,
vida,
Ms. Lewis.
a mí me importa la vida de todos.
Nobody cares about my life. I care about everybody else's life.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Eva García,
Good afternoon. My name is Eva García.
vengo con Colectivo Poder Comunitario
I'm here with Colectivo Poder Comunitario.
y le quiero decir a Lines
And I want to say to Lineage
que ya no lo queremos en Boyle Heights,
that we don't want you anymore at Boyle Heights,
que nos cansamos de ser los patitos feos,
that we are sick and tired of being the ugly duckling,
que cada que se les antoje poner una compañía, una corporación que afecta a nuestras comunidades, siempre vaya a las comunidades más sublimes.
that every time that you want to in place another company, you always go to the most sublime community.
Sabemos que no van a venir a nuestros hogares a oler los olores.
I know that you're not going to come to our homes and smell the smells.
Les sugerimos que esas empresas las pongan en Beverly Hills.
We suggest that you place those companies in Beverly Hills,
A ver qué dicen ellos.
see what they say.
¿Se acuerdan cuando los incendios le pusieron mucha atención?
Remember when the fires happened, you paid a lot of attention to that
Porque era área de ricos.
because it was a rich area.
¿Y nosotros? ¿Qué somos? ¿Jodidos?
And what are we? Just,
Siempre nos toca lo peor.
we always get the worst.
Entonces les decimos,
So we say to you,
no los queremos aquí.
we don't want you here.
No queremos más corporaciones ni empresas que vengan a afectar nuestros aires.
We don't want any more corporations and companies damaging our air.
Pero antes de irse,
But before you leave,
tienen un compromiso.
you have a commitment,
Seguro médico de por vida para todos,
health insurance for life to all of us,
para toda nuestra comunidad.
to all the community.
Y después se pueden ir.
And then you can leave.
Pero ese compromiso lo tienen que firmar.
But that commitment, you have to sign to that commitment
Porque ustedes no saben las secuelas que está dejando esto.
because you don't know the aftermath after this.
Y también esas migajas
And
que
those
nos dan
crumbs that you're giving us,
de agua,
water,
que aires,
air,
eso no sirve.
that doesn't work.
Y todavía con condiciones.
And on top of that, with conditions,
Ni siquiera tienen la amabilidad de cómo saber atender una comunidad.
you don't even have the kindness of how to tend to a community.
También todos los servidores que están al servicio público deben ser sublimes y deben saber cómo atender a una comunidad.
Also, the public officials should be sublime and know how to tend to a community
Y tener la empatía,
and have empathy,
porque la comunidad no tiene la culpa de lo que estamos viviendo,
because the community is not to blame for what we are living.
pero todavía tenemos que aguantar como si estamos pidiendo limosna,
But we still have to bear it as if we were
con
begging
tantas
for something.
condiciones,
With so many conditions,
como sabiendo que no estamos sufriendo
as if you did not know that we are suffering
y todavía tener esos malos tratos.
and still be mistreated.
Les sugiero a los compañeros, les agradezco toda la atención que dan con nuestra comunidad.
I suggest to our partners, and I thank for the attention to the community,
Pero que sepan
But
que
please
una
know
comunidad debe ser tratada con humildad
that a community has to be treated with humbleness
y tener empatía.
and have empathy.
Y los políticos
And the politicians
obedezcan mandando
obey
las necesidades de la comunidad.
the needs of the community.
Thank you.
Gracias,
Thank you.
Ms. Garcia.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es José Picás.
Good morning, I'm José Picas.
Vengo representando al Poder Colectivo.
I'm
Libertario.
representing Poder Colectivo Libertario.
Yo vengo a hablar de que por qué no fue posible que apagaran el incendio rápido.
I'm here to talk about how it was not possible to exhaust or turn the fire or kill the fire fast.
Llevaban 6 días con el incendio, más de 25 carros de bomberos, 2 helicópteros.
There was 2 helicopters, 6 fire trucks, and more than 2 days with the fire raging,
Y ni un bombero estaba trabajando.
and no fireman was working.
Nomás andaban dando vueltas alrededor de la compañía.
They were just going around the company.
¿Por qué no poder apagarla después de 13 días? Apagar el fuego.
Why not put the fire down after 3 days?
Hasta la fecha todavía le siguen echando agua.
Perdón, dijo 13 días.
Sí.
13 days. Continúa.
Luego, todavía le siguen echando agua. Imagínense,
They continue throwing water at it.
todavía todo lo que está echado a perder y luego con agua.
All of what was spoiled, and on top of that, water.
Yo trabajo cerca de ahí
I work close by,
y toda el agua que están tirando salió de la calle. De repente empezó a salir el agua en la calle.
and then all the water that they were dumping
Cerca de
off
ahí.
started to come up again close by.
Así como huele, olía el agua.
And the way it smelled there, the water smelled as well.
13 días para pagar una compañía con tanto, digo yo, tecnología que hay, no poderla pagar rápido.
13 days and not being able to put that fire out with all the technology that the company has.
Ahora, Si de veras era tan peligroso,
Now,
¿por
if
qué
it was really so dangerous,
no cerraron una parte del área? No cerraron nada.
why didn't they close one area or one part of the area?
Andaban niños pegados ahí a la compañía cuando se estaba quemando.
Children were around the company while it was burning.
No había un policía, no había nada.
There was no policeman, there was nothing.
Pero uno se estaba comiendo el humo.
But us, we were just eating up the smoke.
Ahora que hay ayudas, que dicen que hay muchas ayudas, ¿dónde están?
Now that there's help and they say that there's a lot of help, where is that help?
Yo voy a pedir una ayuda y me la niegan.
I go and ask for help and it's denied.
Me piden que tengo que llegar cuántas horas trabajo para ver si es cierto que soy afectado del incendio.
They ask me proof of how many hours I work to see if I'm really affected by the fire.
Tengo que llevar mi reporte cuántas horas cuántas horas trabajo al día o a la semana para ver si califico para un recurso.
I have to bring a report of how many hours I work a day or a week to see if I am affected and if I qualify.
En esas situaciones no creo que esté uno como para estar pidiendo tantos requisitos. Uno vive en el área.
Under those circumstances, I don't think you should be required to fulfill so many requisites. I live in the area.
Vivo a 3 cuadras de ahí.
I live 3 blocks away from that place.
La única ayuda que he recibido
The only help I've received
es un aire acondicionado y un purificador de aire.
It's an air conditioner and an air purifier.
A 3 cuadras de donde está el incendio.
3 blocks away where the fire happened.
¿Será justo eso?
Is that fair?
Pero si voy a pedir una ayuda a otro lado, me dicen, no, ya no te podemos ayudar porque ya te dimos allá.
But if I go and ask for help somewhere else, they say, no, we've already gave you some help.
Thank you, Mr. Picasso.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Esther Basulto.
My name is Esther Basurto.
Vivía en el este de Los Ángeles,
I used to live in
entre
East LA.
Atlantic y Amalia.
Between Atlantic and Amalia,
742 South Amalia.
742 South Amalia.
Estaba viviendo en ese lugar, tocante a mi condición. Tuve que moverme a donde vive uno de mis hijos por el olor tan fuerte
I
que
was
no
living
lo
there,
toleraba.
and because of my condition, I have to move with one of my children because of the unbearable pain I was suffering.
Ahorita estoy con uno de mis hijos en 643 South Euclid.
I'm
que
with
es
one of my
un
children at
poquito.
643 in South Euclid,
Es un poquito mejor el olor,
and the smell is a little bit better there.
pero me ha afectado en mi respiración, me ha afectado, o sea, en mis pulmones,
But
en
it's
mis ojos.
affected my breathing, my lungs, my eyes.
Los he tenido que estar limpiando, no puedo usar lentes porque siempre me están llorando.
I have been wiping my eyes. I cannot use eyeglasses because my eyes are tearing constantly.
Igual mis 2 nietos que vivíamos en esa dirección se tuvieron que mover para acá porque es intolerable entre Atlantic y la Whittier.
And also my grandchildren had to move from there because it was unbearable, the situation between los nombres de las calles otra vez, por favor.
Atlantic
Between
y
Atlantic
Whittier,
and Whittier,
en esa área.
on that area.
Lo que no entendemos toda la comunidad,
What the whole community does not understand
¿por qué a nosotros no nos han hecho la atención de mejorar esta área?
is why they haven't given the area, why they haven't given us the attention of improving the area.
En Beverly Hills inmediatamente acudieron el gobierno,
The government
toda la comunidad.
immediately attended the Beverly Hills area.
Cuando pasó el desastre del agua que explotó en la Sunset,
When the water blowout on Sunset, when that disaster happened,
en una semana estaba todo controlado.
it was under control in 1 week.
A toda la gente se les brindó a dónde asistir por la inundación de agua.
Because of the flood, everybody there were helped and told where to go.
En nuestra área, a nadie de la comunidad les han brindado otros lugares para mejorar el ambiente de donde están viviendo o las casas
Nobody in
para
our
superar.
community has been provided with a better environment or house improvement,
Nomás porque somos latinos o porque somos de bajos ingresos.
either because we are low income or Latino.
Nadie nos hace caso. Por
No.
favor, ayúdenos.
Nobody's paying
Que
attention to us. Please
necesitamos
help
mucha
us.
su ayuda. Ustedes que nos representan.
We need a lot of
nosotros.
your help since you are our representatives.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Boston.
Gracias.
Okay. We have the next five, Father John Moretta, Mary Solis, Maria Alicia Olivares, Jesus Estrada Martinez, and Maria Sidar.
And Madam Clerk, call no more after that. We'll go on lunch break once these five finish.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Monsignor John Red. I'm the pastor at Resurrection Church for the last 44 years, and I'm here in support of the order of abatement. The only sad part about it, it's about 7 weeks too late, really. You know, just this last weekend, we got a letter also that the federal EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, was also asking from the warehouse that there would be several 6 pages of questions for them to answer. And between your order of abatement, I believe, and the federal EPA's final intervention, we were told some weeks ago when one of our members called directly to the federal EPA in Washington, we were told that this is a local thing, they couldn't get involved. But now finally, 7 weeks later, they are getting involved. So I think all those things are going to add to the transparency so that we can understand exactly what took place and what is the results of those things. You see some people with T-shirts, and the T-shirts have a phoenix bird on it. In mythology, the phoenix bird was a bird that burned up, but it came back to life. And the early church saw an image of Christ as that Jesus rose from the dead, and he came back from after death, he rose from the dead. So we see that the phoenix has always been a symbol of Christ. But they put it on the T-shirt because unlike the phoenix bird that came back to life, this lineage will not come back to life. It will not rise again. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Moretta.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Mari Solís y
Good morning, my name is Mari Solis,
yo también vengo a apoyar a mi comunidad,
and I'm also here supporting my community.
que ustedes ya han escuchado muchas causas que nos han dañado mucho de los
And you've already
químicos.
heard a lot about what has damaged us, the chemicals.
Y para no repetir lo mismo, yo solamente lo que yo estoy viviendo con mis hijos,
And in order not to repeat the same, I'll just say about what I'm going through with my children.
como ya lleva muchos días, mis hijos no han podido trabajar, se han regresado por el dolor de cabeza, del estómago, de la garganta.
Since this has been going on for so many days, my children have not been able to work. They have to come back home with headaches, sore throats. Me dijo dolores de cabeza,
Dolor de
garganta, ¿y qué más,
cabeza, de
señora?
garganta y del estómago.
And stomach aches.
Anteriormente agarraban de los días de enfermedad, pero tantos días pues ya se les acabó.
Before that,
Ahorita-
they were able to get sick days, but they have run out of them.
Ahorita, ¿quién les va a pagar eso? Ahorita no están trabajando
So who's going to pay them now when they're not working currently?
y por eso vengo también a apoyar a la comunidad, porque no nada más nosotros estamos sufriendo.
And that's why I'm here supporting the community, because it's not only ourselves who are suffering.
La comunidad, los ancianos, los niños,
The community, the elderly, the children,
mis nietos que van a regresar a la escuela.
my grandchildren going back to school.
Tenemos los aires prendidos, nos va a llegar también muy alto de la luz.
The air is running, but the power bill is going to be high.
por favor, que seamos escuchados y que ya se acabe lo que nosotros estamos viviendo en la comunidad.
Please
Gracias.
let us be heard and for what's happening with the community to end.
Thank you, Ms. Howard.
Buenos días, mi nombre es María Alicia Olivares.
Good morning, my name is María Alicia Olivares.
Vamos a hablar del aire. Yo vivo en el este de Los Ángeles
Let's talk about air. I live in East LA
y trabajo a 2 calles de la compañía Lineage.
and I work 2 blocks away from the Lineage company.
¿Cómo me ha dañado el aire en mi trabajo? He dejado de trabajar.
How the air has damaged my work situation. I have stopped working,
Ni poniéndome mascarilla de la más buena.
not even wearing the best of masks.
Detiene el olor muy feo que huele.
Stops the very ugly smell that you smell.
No podía ir al lonche.
I couldn't go to lunch.
¿Cómo voy a disfrutar ese lonche con ese olor tan fuerte?
How am I going to enjoy lunch with that strong odor?
Llegaba a la casa con el olor encima
I would arrive home with the smell upon me,
y yo siento que en la nariz tengo ese olor.
and I feel that the smell is up my nose.
Yo le digo a la compañía Lineage,
And I say to Lineage Company,
ellos saben que tienen que hacerse responsables
they know that they have to assume the responsibility
por todo ese daño.
for all of that damage.
Y ahora, ¿quién me va a pagar mi sueldo?
And now who's going to pay my salary?
¿Cómo les voy a dar de comer a mis hijos?
How am I going to feed my children?
¿Cómo voy a pagar mi renta?
How am I going to pay rent?
Y sobre todo,
And on top of all,
en el futuro, ¿qué va a pasar con nuestra salud?
what's going to happen with our health in the future?
Yo le pido que se haga responsable
I ask please to assume the responsibility
y asuma todo lo que debe de pagar
and all that they need to pay,
y agarre su compañía y la lleve a otro lado.
and take your company and take it somewhere else.
Es todo. Gracias.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Hi, my name is Jesus. I use they, them pronouns, and I'm also speaking as a resident of Boyle Heights and someone who works in Boyle Heights. I've been personally impacted by Lineage and have seen my community and the youth and the tenants that I work with suffer from the Lineage fire. I'll speak first personally. I've experienced headaches from the plumes of smoke that filled the air and whatever toxins might have been in the smoke. In the days after the fire, I also personally scrambled to get an air purifier, and thankfully we had mutual aid efforts to give me an air purifier, but the government was moving too slowly for my need. On top of that, like folks have expressed, the heat is really hard to bear because we have to have ACs off so toxins don't enter our homes. And our utilities bills have also come up higher because we've had to have the air purifiers running constantly. Most recently, the stench is what I've been impacted by, which has drifted all the way to where I live, right by the General Hospital in Boyle Heights, which is 4 to 5 miles away from the actual site. And I really can't imagine what it must be like for residents that live immediately right next to Lineage. Speaking towards my community, I also work at Self-Help Graphics and Art, and this summer we had a summer camp, a youth summer camp called Soy Artista on First Street at the Alcove Learning Center. We've had to have air purifiers running constantly so the youth ages 11 to 24 aren't impacted during summer programming, but when they step outside, it's especially unbearable in the mornings. With the tenants I work with as part of the Eastside Leads Coalition, the tenants have expressed being impacted by predatory businesses like services asking for social security numbers, ID, and also damages attorneys trying to reap benefits from this vulnerable moment. Residents have also expressed feeling ignored and left behind by political officials and have often said that this response isn't fast enough. And the response would look a lot differently if this was a predominantly white community or a wealthy community like Beverly Hills. I think residents are left asking, why are corporations like this?
Thank you, sir.
Muy buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Soy Evelia Montano,
My name is Evelia Montano
del colectivo Poder Comunitario,
with the Poder Comunitario Collective.
y estoy aquí porque soy una persona enferma
And I'm here because I am an ill person
y por lo que está pasando, yo vivo en la Olympi
because of what's happening. I
y,
live
y
on
Los
Olympic.
Palos, estoy cerquita de ahí. Los Palos.
In Los Palos, I live close by.
Sí, y pues nos ha afectado mucho esto de los olores, los ratones que andan abundando ahí por donde yo vivo.
And this has damaged us severely. The mice, many of them around where I live, the smell.
Yo he estado pasando muchos problemas donde yo vivo
I've
y ahora
undergoing
con
a lot of
esto
problems where I live, and now with this,
es peor mi vida, lo que estoy pasando ahí.
what I'm going through, my life is worse.
Estuvimos encerrados desde el COVID, hemos estado encerrados en esa casa.
At that house, we've been in lockdown since COVID.
Día y noche tenemos puertas cerradas.
Doors are closed day and night.
Y ahora con esto es peor para nosotros y el mal olor.
And now with this is worse, and the bad smell.
Tengo 4 nietos conmigo, chiquitos,
I have 4 grandchildren with me. They are little.
y no saben lo que hemos estado pasando porque estar encerrados todos estos años y ahora con esto estamos frustrados todos.
And they don't know what we've been going through with all of this happening over the years, and now we are frustrated.
Pues yo quisiera hablarle al señor dueño de toda esta compañía.
I'd like to talk to
Que,
the owner of the
por
company
favor, pues se vaya para otro lado,
to please go
porque
somewhere
con
else,
estos malos olores más enfermos vamos a estar.
because with these bad smells, even we're going to be even sicker.
Y por favor que comprenda a toda la gente que necesitamos su ayuda porque pues,
Please, all
no
of
es
you
justo
understand, we need your help because
de
it's
estar
not
pasando
fair
todo esto.
to
Gracias.
be going through all of this. Thank you.
Process. So we will take a break till 1 p.m. A couple of speakers wanted to make sure that or said that they should be taken seriously. I assure you, I can speak for the board. We take it seriously. We take your problem seriously. We've heard this before. You're very credible and passionate about the effects of the odor. But I know you want us to act, and to do so, we're going to need some time this afternoon to look at the conditions and act on them. So I would urge you, when you come back, if you really feel the need to speak, we may have to reduce the time. If someone's already covered what you want to cover, could you not speak? Also, if you want during the lunch break, if you're near a computer, you can put together your comments if they've already been prepared or draft them. It doesn't have to be fancy, but you could email that to the district and we would be able to then, see that this afternoon and put it in the record. And Ms. Thomas could give you what the email address is if they choose to do that.
The email address is clerkofboard@aqmd.gov. clerkofboard@aqmd.gov.
And just mention Leland's Logistics in the address line, so we'll know about it. Thank you for your time this morning. As I said this afternoon, we may have to reduce the time to 1 minute because we have to get through this. Appreciate it. Enjoy your lunch. Are we on the record yet? Recording yet?
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're back on. I think that we have some remote participating public comments now. Again, I urge folks that we're going to have to see, we still have at least 30 names who purport to want to speak. Or I should say, yeah, there's 21 and then there's 30 on public testimony. You know, we're going to have to make it a minute. I'm sorry, but if we're going to finish today, we can't do it otherwise. So again, if your concerns have been expressed already, if you can avoid doing so, we'd appreciate it. But of course, that's your right, but that's what we'll have to do. Madam Clerk?
Okay, we left off with Jorge Escobedo, Maria Mendez, Sylvia Corona, Estela Lopez,
What's the problem, sir?
Yes, the interpreter will be back in the booth shortly. El intérprete que les está interpretando a las personas con los audífonos va a regresar en un momento. You're welcome.
We're trying to, yes, ma'am, we're trying to.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Who's speaking?
me, Cynthia.
Oh, hi.
You might also want to ask the interpreter when he does come back to explain to the people what your request was for a shorter time, like a minute, because there are many people who probably didn't understand that, and they need that to be interpreted in Spanish.
Mr. Chairman, I can do that in the meantime.
Please do, sir.
Lo que el presidente de la conferencia estaba diciendo es que está pidiendo que por favor, si ya se expresó su preocupación o su problema, para hacer la audiencia más breve, tratar de evitar repetir lo que ya se dijo, es lo que estaba pidiendo el presidente de la audiencia. Sí, gracias. Y también se va a reducir a 1 minuto el tiempo.
All right, we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, because there's no public posting for tomorrow anyway, so that wouldn't have been.
You should give us the time. We should give us the 3 minutes.
Should I ask Dave about that now? Just say if we go over, one question is, can we start at 9? Can we start a little earlier?
Yeah.
You could ask her, you know, it's my.
Come on.
Are we waiting for the interpreter still?
My colleague is about to take the booth at the moment. Mi colega ya regresó, les van a comenzar a interpretar a sus audífonos y como lo estábamos haciendo, las personas que pasen aquí les voy a interpretar yo. Is it going to be 2 minutes?
Are you okay with tomorrow morning?
Yeah. Public is requesting 2 minutes as they had it earlier. Mr. Chairman, my colleague is ready.
Yeah, we sent that note already. Ms. Lee and Mr. Poloncarz, if we had to finish this tomorrow morning, would you be available? And your witnesses? Ms. Lee? Yes. It's possible the doctor would not be available tomorrow. If the doctor couldn't make it tomorrow, would anyone object to finishing at 4-0, or 4 people, not 5 tomorrow, if he could not finish tomorrow?
No objection.
No objection from respondent.
All right. So we'll keep the 2-minute time this afternoon. But we're going to finish today. So if we get close to that, then I'm going to cut it down at that point in time. The idea of tomorrow would be the parties' presentations and our ruling in the morning. All right. Please resume, Madam Clerk.
Okay, so start again with Jorge Escobedo, Maria Mendez, Silvia Corona, Estela Lopez, and Gabriel Palos.
Buenos dias, Pueblo. Good afternoon, AQMD board. The reason I'm here today, my name is Abraham Zavala. I am a member of Unión del Barrio. Although today I don't come talking or speaking from the point of organization of Unión del Barrio, I come as a parent, as a father. Exide is in our history. They're still digging up soil in our yards. They're still digging up soil, gets contaminated, right? Now add this to our list of environmental racism that we have to experience. What's very alarming is that whether we're talking about Democrats or Republicans, right, there isn't enough urgency or expediency to this matter. Whether we're talking about SB 1274, which we should all research, SB 1274, Bob Archuleta is proposing to give industrial cities more power over our communities and more capital in their hands. As you see, they sit before us, hiding behind attorneys. They come to our neighborhoods, right? People enforce our neighborhoods and look for criminals, but in reality, we know criminals wear white collars and ties and suits and hide behind lawyers. So before you is a table of criminals that hopefully one day they're held accountable and in prison because they deserve that and much more. What I like to say is this, that you came to the wrong neighborhood. This is Boyle Heights. Look into our history. When the arts district tried to get gentrified, saw what happened, right? Beware. How much longer will people, right, be calm? How much more will folks hide their righteous rage? And it's righteous rage. How much more will we wait until good trouble happens to stir you to take action? You came to the wrong neighborhood. And I'm looking at you. You came to the wrong neighborhood. Our community has always been unified, and we will stop this like we stopped everything else. You've been warned.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Méndez.
Good afternoon, my name is Maria Mendez.
Yo vivo en la 3548 Opal Street.
I live on 3548 Opal Street.
Estoy como a media milla del incendio de esta compañía.
I'm about a half a mile from the fire at the company.
Pertenecemos a la Iglesia Resurrección.
We belong to the Resurrección Church.
Y si estamos hoy aquí en este día es para levantar nuestra voz y que nuestra voz sea escuchada.
And if we are here today is to raise our voice and for our voice to be heard.
Sabemos que ustedes son unas personas que más altas que nosotros y que pueden ayudarnos en esto que nosotros estamos pasando.
I know that you are people who are above us and who are people that can help us with what we are going through.
Quizá todo esto que está pasando no lo vamos a ver en el momento, esas enfermedades, pero con el tiempo sí puedan salir muchas enfermedades en cada uno de los que estamos aquí.
Perhaps the illnesses that might happen, we're not seeing them now, but in the future, we would see the result of what's happening now.
A raíz de que pasó todo esto, yo tuve que ir a emergencias porque me encontraron una infección muy fuerte en la garganta.
After all of this, or stemming from this, I had to go to the emergency room because they found a very serious infection in my throat.
Tengo un niño de 13 años que también durante todo ese tiempo tuvo como 3 semanas con diarrea. Lo tuve que llevar a emergencias.
I have a 13-year-old boy that after this, I had to take him to the emergency room with severe diarrhea.
Estos malos olores que nosotros día con día estamos sintiendo,
This bad smells that day after day we feel,
no tan solo somos nosotros como humanos, pero también nuestras mascotas están pasando por esos malos olores.
and not only us as humans are suffering the bad smell, but our pets as well.
Yo tengo un problema en la nariz en la cual no percibo el olor.
I have a problem with my nose that I do not perceive smell.
Pero mi hijo de 13 años, él a veces a la 1 o 2 de la mañana despierta y me dice, mami, huele muy feo aquí adentro.
But my 13-year-old boy, sometimes at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, wakes up and says, Mommy, it smells really bad here.
Y hay veces lo miro porque yo no percibo el olor y yo lo miro a él cómo anda echando perfume dentro de la recámara.
And I see him around his bedroom spraying perfume since I can't sense smell.
Entonces yo digo, no es justo para nosotros estar pasando por esta situación.
So what I say is that it's not fair for us to undergo this situation.
Y si estamos aquí es para pedirles que por favor escuchen nuestra voz y nos puedan ayudar para quitar esos malos olores, porque no es justo que estemos encerrados en nuestra propia casa.
And if we're here is to ask to please take away this smell because it's not fair for us to be locked in our own houses.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Silvia Corona.
Good afternoon, my name is Silvia Corona.
He vivido por los últimos 52 años ahí en la comunidad.
I've lived in the community for the past 52 years.
Los primeros días en que se dio que debería de haber una conferencia de prensa
The first few days that a press conference
de
should
nuestros
have happened
representantes,
from our representatives,
la diferencia es cuando hubo el derrame de agua, que se rompieron los tubos. Me fijé yo que inmediatamente hizo la señora Karen Bass una conferencia de prensa.
I noticed that when the flooding, the pipes broke, Karen Bass had a press conference right away.
Entonces, ¿qué es lo que está pasando? Eso es una cosa que yo me he estado cuestionando mucho. ¿Cómo puede ser? ¿Qué es la diferencia entre diferente comunidad, diferente categoría? ¿O qué? ¿Por qué a nosotros no se nos tomó en cuenta inmediatamente? Hubieran tenido una conferencia de prensa inmediatamente.
I asked myself what's happening. It's the different categories. So we should have had a press conference right away. We should have had immediately a press conference.
Ahora ese incendio, el primer día he oído diferentes horarios, pero ese día eran, me imagino que como las 11:30 de la mañana.
Now, regarding the fire, I've heard different times, but I think it was around 11:30 in the morning.
Entonces al rato empezó poquito, era el humo blanco, empezó a irse por todos lados.
Smoke and then started spreading everywhere.
Yo vivo entre la calle Primera y la Dietman. First Dietman. Dietman.
I live between First and Dittman.
Cuando empezó ese humo blanco, era humo y empezó a nublarse todo como que era la mañana cuando hay mucha neblina.
And when it all started, the white smoke started spreading and it looked like one of those mornings where there's a lot of fog.
Después fueron los olores,
And
olores.
then the smell.
Y seguimos, yo le hablé a AQMD y fueron a mi casa hace como 3, 4 días. Al AQMD.
And then I called AQMD and they came by about 3 days ago.
Fueron a mi casa y la persona que me preguntó que me dijo, pero ahorita no está el olor, le dije, el
Person
olor,
came to my place and the person said, the smell's not around.
el olor no es como que está constantemente, como que remueven y llega el olor, como que otra vez se va y eso es lo que yo le expliqué a él, que no.
What I explain is that the smell comes and goes. They remove things and then the smell comes back, and that's why I explained to the person.
Ahora, para todos los representantes y todos,
Now, to all our representatives and all of you,
¿qué plan de emergencia tienen para cuando haya una emergencia así?
what's the emergency plan when an emergency like this happens?
No estamos preparados.
We are not prepared.
Para ese caso deberían de haber traído unos expertos
They should have brought some experts for
para no
this
estar
case,
sufriendo todo este problema de del ecosistema.
so we wouldn't suffer all this issue with the ecosystem.
Lo que les pido es justicia
What I ask is for
Justicia.
justice,
y que haya justicia y que pongan atención,
to have
porque no
justice,
queremos
attention.
otro, de por sí hubo un derrame de aceite,
Because
ahora
we
son
were
dos
born-
cosas las que tenemos en la comunidad.
We already had an oil spillage, and now it's two issues that we have within the community.
Y a la comunidad nunca nos informaron y como ahorita también.
Community warned,
Compañía Linish que diera una explicación o algo.
and I haven't seen Lineage give any explanation or anything.
Queremos
Buenas tardes.
Good
Mi
afternoon.
nombre es Estela López
My name is Estela Lopez,
y vengo con el grupo de la Iglesia de la Resurrección.
and I'm here with a group from the Resurrección Church.
Ah, yo vivo como milla y media de este desastre que está.
I live about a mile and a half away from this disaster.
Yo vengo a explicarles que las 24 horas del día, mi hijo y yo tenemos headache, un dolor de cabeza.
I'm here to explain that for 24 hours, my son and myself suffer from headaches.
Aparte de eso, tenemos la garganta que nos molesta,
Besides that,
les-
we have discomfort in our
la
throats.
piel nos pica y a veces nos duele
Our
y en los
skin
ojos.
itches and hurts.
Y oigo, hay veces, antes yo siempre he tenido mis oídos muy buenos, hay veces yo oigo como que mis oídos hacen ruido.
Our eyes as well. I've always had good hearing, and now sometimes I feel like there's some noise in my ear.
Y yo pregunto a los líderes de nuestra comunidad,
And I ask our community leaders,
ellos piensan que con dar el filtro de aire y mascarillas, eso nos va a ayudar. Ya
You think
vamos
that-
para 2 meses y no han hecho nada.
you think that giving us an air filter and a mask is going to help us? It's been about 2 months and nothing has been done.
Aparte de eso, dan nomás uno por casa. Y las
Besides
casas
that,
tan grandes de nosotros.
they give one per house, and our houses are big.
Eso es nomás como un juego para entretenernos y decir que están haciendo algo por nosotros.
That seems to be just a game to distract us and to say that they're doing something for us.
Lo que necesitamos es que limpien el ambiente,
What we
que
need
quiten
is
la porquería que tiene adentro porque nos
for
está
them
afectando a
to
nuestros
clean the
cuerpos.
environment and to clean the scum that's affecting us, affecting our bodies.
En estos prácticamente 2 meses, toda la población que está cerca, todos los boyos ahí estamos muy contaminados y aparte de eso no sabemos en cuántos meses qué vamos a tener en nuestros pulmones y en nuestro cuerpo. ¿A qué nos va a
Practically for
afectar?
2 months, the community has been suffering. And besides that, we don't know how these chemicals are going to affect us.
Por favor, ustedes que pueden movilizar este ambiente para que esté limpio, por favor les pedimos, no solo por mi familia, sino por el resto de la comunidad,
Please, you, the ones who can, clean the community, not only for myself and my family, but for the community. Please clean.
que limpien, porque realmente, como les digo, con los purificadores de aire, salimos a la calle y es lo mismo.
Please clean, because even
eso
if
es
we
un
have
juego.
the air purifiers, we step out on the street and it's the same. It's a game.
Ya, ese es prácticamente un juego que nos están haciendo a la comunidad,
It's
entreteniéndonos. ¿Para
practically
qué?
you playing with the community, distracting us in order to do what?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Espero que nos ayuden.
I hope you help us.
It's a pretty big packet here. 20 notice of violations. It's kind of a lot. Thank you, Vice Chair. It's unfortunate that the residing chair couldn't be here, especially since Mayor Bass has found time. Lineage fires kind of changed what the thought of lineage means to me. What meant to me once was family, pride, and history is now conflicted with disaster. Lineage is a logistics and warehouse company that does little for the community besides taking up real estate. I am for the abatement, same with the community, the city, the county, and the state. I'm a Boyle Heights resident at Gateways Hospital and Mental Health Center, Prosy Village. I'm here for the marginalized people that can't voice their concern here. The residents face chronic health problems that can be afflicted further by the fires and the air quality, and the daily routines and community engagement we do has been disrupted. It wasn't until Resurrection Catholic Church told me and the parishioners of the dangers of the particles in the air that I knew of this. No other community or organization. They were proactive, being the first ones to provide air filters, air purifiers, and masks. Why was it the church? I'm now also before I go forward, the outreach that Monsignor John has done has been commendable. And by the way, Monsignor John is a member of the papal family. For him to go above and beyond is really commendable, and I only regret I haven't been there to assist. I'm also now a victim of legal harassment, trying to, by non-environmental background lawyers trying to gain my business. I'm from Michigan originally, close to Novi, Michigan, close to Flint. So I can kind of see parallels between cities not taking accountability for what is happening.
For our next 5 speakers, Kevin Caverly, Paula Yanez, Cesar Sandoval Cruz, Harvey Eder, and Emmanuel Carrera Ruedas.
My name is Paula Yanez, and I reside in Boyle Heights, 2.7 miles away from the Lineage fire. And since the day the fire began, I have been affected physically, mentally, emotionally. I've had headaches, nausea, my skin is tingled. I feel like I have a film, like a plastic film on my skin. I have gone to the emergency hospital where I've given an IV for dehydration, and my perspiration has increased where my back is all wet, down my arms is all wet. I've never perspired like that in my whole life. I am appalled about what's going on in our city, and I'm in favor and support of the abatement, and not only the abatement, but there should be, like our compañeros have said, criminal charges against the Lineage company, because this is criminal what they're doing to us. We have not, you're talking about air quality, but you're not talking odor, but you're not talking about gases, chemicals that are environment that are causing us to feel this nauseousness, this sickness that we're feeling inside, that we're waking up with, and we're dealing with it every minute of the day, 24/7. There are between 76,000 to 86,000 residents in the city of Boyle Heights alone. And every single resident has been affected by this fire, by the lineage fire. 76,000 people, between 86,000 people times 49 days of this terror, this horror, this stench are being affected. That's over 3 million violations that lineage companies should have because of all of the exposure that is being emitted, and we're smelling that. And it's affecting us. It's a toxin. Our bodies are emitting it.
Inez, thank you.
Okay, is Cesar still here? Cesar Sandoval Cruz? How about Harvey Eder? Emmanuel Carrera Ruedas? And then Martha Molina after that, Fernando Cabrera, and Barbara Martinez.
Hello, everybody. My name is Manuel Carrera Rodas, and I'm a resident of Southeast LA, and I'm a member of East Yard. And everybody has already talked about air quality, so what I will be focusing on is more of a water quality issue. So since the fire began, all the water runoff was started going into our drainage sites, and the odor is persistent and very, very horribly smells horrible at the site itself. However, that is also true at the spout that exits in the city of Vernon and all the communities that it affects down south. There was an event in late June called Open Streets, where there was a bridge party that happened where people were able to be there and ride their bikes. And on that bridge, people did not know what was happening. The other knew was that there was a horrible stench and that the water going under the river was of dark color. Nobody was warned about anything that was going down there. And people after this reported feeling sick. And it was only until after people asked them if they felt sick that they really realized what was actually happening to their bodies. There was no precautions. There was no communications as to what cities should look out for. And more specific on this order for abatement, I really want to point out on page 14 on item 58. There is kind of recommendations as to what to do if there's like liquids that kind of go on soil and if they pool or things like that. What I really want to point out is that we should make this wording stronger, not just include that if pooling or ponding occurs, but when water, even if it's running off, it doesn't have to pool or pond for this to have to be cleaned up. And not just cleaned up at the site of lineage, not just in our drain sites, but have trucks, have people out there in the city of Vernon picking up that water before it ever gets to our river. Because our river deserves protection and it has life. And it affects everybody else downstream all the way to Long Beach.
Good afternoon. My name is Martha Molina. I want to thank the board for hearing our concerns, taking all the phone calls, and going outside of this map. Who decided this map? This was problem number one. Why are we limited? The smoke is not limited to this map. The smoke is hitting other cities, as you've heard from other people. I come here, I grew up off of Union Pacific, walking down Union Pacific to Eastman Elementary. But I come to give you a human face and a historical perspective. I've worked in Boyle Heights in East LA for 40 years as a public servant. I work for the state and I work for the county. Why we have sheriffs out there, this is not a county building. 5 sheriff cars out there with 4 men in vests. I don't know what you're expecting. I don't know if you have these here all the time. Maybe you do, but it was a little intimidating, just so you know. But we have fought a prison, we have fought incinerators with Father John Moretta. I've known him for 40 years. We have something in Spanish that we say, ya basta. And we fought those, we had to fight them legally. And we'll have to fight this legally as well, because we're not treated the same. We have Supervisor Lindsay Horvath telling us yesterday, why did I get vouchers for my people in West Hollywood when the water spill happened and we got vouchers the same day for people? We didn't get that. And furthermore, I'm working now with the grandchildren of the female warriors, Mothers of East LA, the founder. Her grandson is here with his daughter, continuing to fight still. So we're here, we're gonna stay, we're gonna fight for ourselves. But these people, they're telling you, they're dying. These flies bite. They're not regular flies. But we appreciate you continuing to take our phone calls, monitoring that air, because our own public health department abdicated that responsibility to the Fox, who's what.
Fernando Cabrera.
Buenas tardes, disculpe la demora tanto tiempo. Mi nombre es Fernando Cabrera.
Good afternoon. Sorry about the delay and the length of time spent on this. My name is Fernando Cabrera.
Y soy un empleado del proyecto de cleanup de Exai. Y realmente, sí, de remediación.
I'm an employee from Exide, the mediation.
Tenemos el problema de cuánta contaminación de plomo en el aire hay.
We have the issue with
veces cuando hacen limpiezas en las
lead
casas.
pollution in the air and the dust in the air from the cleaning of the houses.
Y también ahora tenemos este problema realmente desde la que ha pasado esta quemazón.
And now we have this issue about this fire, this burning.
Se creó como una nube de gases tóxicos que realmente cayeron en toda la población, especialmente.
There's a toxic gas cloud that's falling upon all the population.
En los niños, en los ancianos.
Children, elderly.
Y realmente que disfrutaban de un día normal y realmente.
Who used to enjoy a normal day and.
Ahora muchas personas desde que ancianos, mi papá es ancianito y lo estoy cuidando.
Now many people who are elderly, my father is an elderly man and I'm looking after him.
Y realmente se le ha subido más la presión, realmente también ha tenido problemas de ansiedad y depresión.
His blood pressure has risen and he has been having issues of anxiety and depression.
Porque el olor está muy malo.
Because the smell is really bad.
Y ahora tiene problemas incluso de ir ya más a la tienda por la cuestión de que los músculos se estrofean cuando no salen de sus hogares.
And now he has, his muscles are atrophied because he cannot go to the store as often as he used to.
Y realmente necesitamos que, no sé quién, estamos hablando solamente del aire y dijeron que nomás una tocada del aire y está bien que los otros tópicos también se toquen, les aplaudo a cada uno.
And I know that we're here with the AQMD talking about the air, but I applaud that all the other issues have been addressed as well.
Pero lo que tenemos que pensar bien es que ustedes le pusieron una multa por cada día de $500 antes y lo incrementaron ahora a $1,000.
And what we need to think about is that you apply a fine of $500 per day, increased now to $1,000.
Eso es ridículo. Yo le he puesto que si le ponen de $50,000 a $100,000 por día que le pongan esas multas, yo le he puesto que traen empleados calificados para que limpien todo esto y el seguro.
And that is ridiculous. I bet that if you raise the fine to $50,000, $100,000, they would bring qualified personnel and do the cleaning right away.
Yo realmente corrieron a empleados que habían mandado de la Unión para traer empleados desde Texas para hacer trabajos acá, porque es una compañía privada y ellos no creen por trabajadores.
Union employees, and they brought employees from Texas to do the jobs because they don't believe in union workers.
Y realmente debería que ser por las familias impactadas y darle la oportunidad que trabajaran y realmente eficientemente y al mismo tiempo hacerlo lo más rápido posible. Le agradecería que
give the opportunity to the affected family.
Okay, we have Barbara Martinez, Greg Bixby, Abraham Zavala, Christy Hernandez, and Jasmine Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Martinez, and I am here to demand with my community justice, transparency, and accountability, something that some of our leaders and people around here are not doing. AQMD failed us during the exile, and they're failing us again now with some lies that you guys are giving us. The so-called experts say that everything's fine, that the air is fine. It's not fine. I'm a survivor of exile. I had cancer. My niece passed away. And it gets me so upset that you guys are sitting here just pretending that nothing's happening. Our people are going to die. When we had the town hall meeting, I demanded to have the list of all the chemicals that were out there getting us, they're going to get us sick. A lot of people are going to die. Okay, my niece passed away. And it brings me back memories that I came here almost 10 years or more ago in this court, and still we're going through this again. This is environmental justice. We need justice, and they're against our community. They're doing this on purpose to get us out of our community. Our area is toxic. This fire, it wasn't just a fire. It was a toxic fire. Everything out there is toxic now, okay? And HMD, you guys are responsible for that because you guys lied to us that everything's good. It's not good, okay? So it's on you guys to do the right thing. And you're not gonna do the right thing, do it now. We want evacuation from the people that are living there. They cannot be living with flies, rats, and maggots. That's ridiculous. How can we allow this to happen? Our politicians need to get on top. We need to get Governor Newsom and Alex Padilla, Maria Durazo to get everybody out there. And don't just give us a damn air purifier and a box of food. We're not starving to death. We want
Is this on? Okay, cool. Dr. Abraham, I've prepared this to appeal to you specifically. So it was nice to hear from Mayor Karen Bass this morning. It was not nice to hear from her on June 21st when she said, quote, "No, the air is not dangerous. A PM 2.5 meter measures particles 2.5 microns or smaller in the units of micrograms per cubic meter. The day before Karen Bass said, no, the air is not dangerous, my own PM 2.5 meter maxed out at 999 micrograms per cubic meter, up to a half a mile away from the fire in every direction. The day after Mayor Karen Bass said, no, the air is not dangerous, a government installed meter measured 560 micrograms per cubic meter. So we have a measured increase of between 500 and 1,000 micrograms per cubic meter over normal levels. According to a scientific paper with the PubMed ID 40416-841, a short-term increase, less than 28 days, of 10 micrograms per cubic meter causes measurable increases of COVID-19 infections, respiratory diseases, and acute respiratory infection combined with acute bronchitis. So the air was not safe. Furthermore, the air is not currently safe if we consider the air as a vector of stress. According to another scientific paper, PMID 28031-896, the effects of chronic stress on health, psychological stress induces responses associated with infections and tissue damage, brain structural changes, cardiovascular dysfunction, diabetes, cancer, autoimmune syndromes, and mental illness. Directors of for-profit U.S. corporations legally cannot justify spending based solely on altruism. They need a reasonable good faith belief that the spending serves the corporation's interests. So I don't think these guys can do more than you force them to do, or they're not doing their jobs. So please force them to do more to help these people because they deserve it. Thank you for your time.
Hi, good afternoon.
My name is Christy Hernandez. I'm a resident advocate of unincorporated East Los Angeles, and I'm also the chair of the Maravilla Community Advisory Committee. For clarity, Lineage is located in Boyle Heights, but on the border of unincorporated East Los Angeles, two different jurisdictions, but the same public health impact. I urge you to reject or amend the proposed joint stipulation for this case because our community deserves better. The purpose of South Coast AQMD is to conduct efforts that will help improve our air quality and the public health in communities. East LA has experienced two environmental emergencies in 1 month. First, the oil spill on May 22nd, where 25,000 gallons of crude oil spilled onto one of our busiest intersections into storm drains and down to the LA River. 3 weeks later, the Lineage toxic fire burned for 8 days, which was deemed a state of emergency. Let's act with that urgency. We need and deserve more containment, more monitoring, EPA oversight, legal enforcement, and audits. Our community did not cause this crisis, but we're being forced to live in this disaster. Our community is resilient, but we're not invincible. No one is. Help us understand what we're breathing, what we've been exposed to, so we can tell doctors what to look for. The headaches, the nosebleeds, the burning eyes, throats, the mucus, the coughing. I still have a nagging dry cough. They're not a coincidence. This toxic fire is the epitome of environmental racism. This fire exposed the neglect and the disregard for our community and the environmental hazards that we're exposed to. Help us to change that. Our community, again, deserves better, and we're asking you to please help us. And that's why I'm here today asking for air monitoring for the community to truly understand what chemicals are impacting us physically and mentally, emotionally, with the 24/7 continuous public air dashboard, and also for EPA response and oversight, because you cannot do this alone. We demand the board bring US EPA Region 9 emergency response for direct multi-agency oversight to this chemical and nuisance disaster.
Members of the board, my name is Jasmine Gonzalez, and I urge you to amend or reject the proposed joint stipulation for this case because we deserve a transparent, protective, and accountable recovery process for the damages and impact the Lineage fire has had on our quality of life. I live 2.7 miles away from where the fire took place in unincorporated East LA near Garfield High School. And since the fire, my family has had to keep windows and windows sealed shut. I've had to shorten my dog's walks, keep the AC on and air filters on 24/7, and deal with headaches after walking my dog from breathing the rotten stench. We are tormented by the consequences of this cleanup every day. Periodic spot checks after complaints are not enough. I demand a 24/7 continuous public air dashboard for ammonia and VOCs, just like the AQMD required for Chiquita Canyon. AQMD cannot manage this alone, so I demand that the board bring the US EPA Region 9 emergency response for direct and also include the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment with the Cal EPA for a multi-agency
Chair, I'm
oversight.
sorry. Excuse me, but we're having some technical issues with the headsets and people can't hear, so could you just pause for a moment so we can?
Start over.
Yeah, we need to restart the system, so if you just pause
Start
for a
over?
moment.
Just a second,
Just
Ms.
a sec-
Gonzalez. We'll
just-
put you back on just a second, okay?
So that no one heard.
No, pero la traducción.
They didn't hear her, right? So then she should speak again.
Let her speak again.
Quiet.
Where our jurisdiction begins and ends. It's these contaminants are taking up the water. It's interesting.
Quiet, please.
Los artículos esos que no estaban funcionando por Zoom, aquí estaban funcionando. Están arreglando los artículos para que pueda funcionar.
Let's, could you restart Ms. Gonzalez's clock?
I don't think, oh, there it is. Okay. Members of the board, my name is Jasmine Gonzalez, a member of the Maravilla Community Advisory Committee, and I urge you to amend or reject the proposed joint stipulation for this case because we deserve a transparent, protective, and accountable recovery process for the damages and impact the lineage fire has had on our quality of life. I live 2.7 miles away from where the lineage fire took place in unincorporated East LA near Garfield High School. And since the fire, my family has had to keep my windows sealed shut, shorten my dog's walks, keep AC and air filters on 24/7, and deal with the headaches after walking my dog from breathing the rotten stench. We are tormented by the consequences of this cleanup every day. Periodic spot checks after complaint calls are not enough. I demand a 24/7 continuous public air dashboard for ammonia and VOCs, just like AQMD required for the Chiquita Canyon fire, and AQMD cannot manage this alone. I demand that the board bring the USPA Region 9 Emergency Response for direct and also the Office of Environmental Health Hazard Assessment with the Cali PA for a multi-agency oversight to this chemical and nuanced disaster. Thank you.
Yesenia, Lorena Hernandez, Amanda Diaz, and Zebediah Salazar.
My name is Yesenia and I urge you to do more. We're tired of being gaslit. This is not enough. There needs to be added amendments that addresses the toxic chemical for this case because I live about a mile away in South Record. Since the toxic fire, my family has to deal with our window seals, doors closed, burning eyes, throat irritations, headaches to name some of the health factors that have come. that many of our communities have faced. We're constantly worrying about toxic chemicals, fumes, plume, ash, debris from the fire, and cleanup because there is a white cloud right now at the facility which contains unknown toxins since workers on site have hazardous suits on. Why isn't this public information accessible and more aware of it? I was on the front lines. It was not corporate executive or regulatory agencies who responded. It was community because solo el pueblo salva el pueblo. We are tormented by the consequences of this cleanup every day. We need policy to change from the violation of 6 to 3 verifications from health inspectors, proactive solutions from all agencies and parties involved, where there is air monitoring on site in our areas 24/7, especially in our schools. Not sporadic monitoring, ammonia-based filters, LDAR cameras, PM particle monitorings, hanging plastic sheets at the EPA chemical risk site isn't contaminated. It's just ignoring a major toxic hazard. I demand the board to mandate a sealed negative pressure with tent air scrubbers, just like AQMD required for X-site cleanup. Periodic spot checks after complaint calls are not enough. We demand 24/7 continuous public air dashboard for ammonia's VOCs, just like AQMD required for Chiquita Canyon. AQMD cannot manage this alone. I demand the board bring in EPA from federal government Region 9, emergency response from direct multi-agency oversight to this chemical nuisance disaster. We need mandates, not voluntary promises. I demand daily third-party testing and ELAP certified lab and automatic court injection triggers if a chemical limits are breached.
Hi, good afternoon, board members. My name is Lorena. I live less than a mile away from the lineage disaster. I'm here today because I want to speak up for the children that aren't able to speak up, newborns, babies, toddlers, children that aren't able to say, I'm having trouble breathing. This was my own experience. My daughter was waking up at night crying and arching and groaning. I didn't think much of it because like everyone here, we were all stressed out. We couldn't really think what's going on. We thought maybe we needed to hear our children coughing very loudly to think that they're in respiratory distress. But that was not the case. I took my daughter to the emergency room, and there they told me that it's important that we take an x-ray of her because of what I was explaining to the doctor. I was hesitant of doing it because I didn't even want my daughter to be exposed to x-ray exposure. But I ended up doing it because the doctors recommended it. Well, he advocated for it for my daughter. And when they did the x-ray, they prescribed her an inhaler. And luckily now she's doing a little better. She's still feeling those same symptoms. But I want to speak up for the other children who are probably suffering right now, unable to breathe, unable to have a good night's sleep. That is not okay for them. They're still developing children. Please think about them. I beg you, okay? Do the most that you could, everything in your power to help them, because that's not okay. They're not able to sleep. They're not able to tell us.
Hello, my name is Amanda Diaz. This is my son, Santiago. We're both members of the Boyle Heights community. When the fire started, he was only 2 weeks old. Since then, he's developed rashes, and we've had to take him to urgent care in the emergency room multiple times. He's only 2 months now. Santiago doesn't know a life without this whole thing happening. He doesn't know good, clean, quality air because this is his normal for him now. His dad, he suffers from asthma, so he's had to refill his inhaler at least 6 times within the past 2 months. The newborn stage is supposed to be a time of learning and bonding and cherishing every moment with my baby, but instead it's been filled with stress, fear, and constant worry about whether he will be okay. The fire has robbed me of these chances to recover from childbirth in peace and enjoy these precious first weeks with my son without constant fear of what the air we breathe and what it's doing to his health. I no longer want lineage here. It's caused trauma for me as freshly postpartum. I'm only 2 months postpartum, and the stress I've had to endure is insane. I worry for my son because he's only 2 months old and he has no voice. So I don't know if I can comfort him because of everything that's happening. Thank you.
Zebediah Salazar.
Hello, my name is Zebediah Salazar. Although delayed, I am here in support of the order of abatement. My family and I live less than a mile from the warehouse. We have been affected since the day the fire began. The city failed to issue an evacuation order and did not provide timely warnings about potential health risks. At the same time, city officials publicly reassured people that conditions were safe enough for events, including the scheduled World Cup soccer games. To continue, no evacuations were ordered. Temporary shelters were made available, 1 purifier per household. That's like putting a Band-Aid on a corpse. The lack of evacuation order and delayed response to declare an emergency gave many residents the impression there was no serious danger. Meanwhile, my daughters became sick. My entire family became sick, and we're still living with the consequences. I asked the city to acknowledge what happened, hold those responsible accountable, and put the health and safety of the residents first. Our community deserves clear, timely warnings and decisive action when public health is at risk. Do you know what it's like to see your infant child drowning in their own vomit, coughing from the plume of smoke, and to develop respiratory issues? I had to call 911 multiple times and take my infant daughter to the hospital. As a father, I am enraged. As a human of earth, I am disgusted. I was born in this community, and I am trying to raise my family here. Because of Lineage Logistics, I have learned how to resuscitate my infant daughter. Thank you for that.
And then we have Carol Espinosa.
Members of the board, my name is Carol Espinoza, and I'm a member of the Maravilla Community Advisory Committee, and I urge you to reject or amend the proposed joint stipulation in this case. My family lives in unincorporated East LA, and since this fire, our lives have been turned upside down. We deal with burning eyes, throat irritation, constant headaches, and the ongoing fear of what we are breathing. My 74-year-old mother-in-law lives 3 minutes from the site. She has become sick. She has become so sick that she was vomiting in her home because she does not have AC. With the windows closed to keep the fumes out, the heat inside became unbearable for her. I live only 10 minutes away. My dogs can't even enjoy their backyard because they start coughing from the poor air quality. My husband is active duty in the United States Space Force, and I serve in the Army Reserves. We can't even run outside to maintain our physical fitness because the air hurts our lungs. The rotten death smell gets worse at night, and the smell is so overwhelming that it wakes us up. We continue to worry every single day about the exposure to the toxic chemicals and the fumes. This isn't just an inconvenience, it's affecting our health, our sleep, our quality of life, and our peace of mind. It is far too hot to be living like this. Many homes in our community don't have air conditioning, forcing families to choose between breathing contaminated air or suffering in the dangerous heat. Our community is dealing with foul odors, rodents, flies, and growing health concerns. Local businesses are suffering alongside residents. Unincorporated East LA deserves better than this. AQMD cannot manage this alone. I urge the board to recommend that the California National Guard assist with the cleanup. The Guard exists to help with state emergencies, and I believe we are beyond that point. Help them, have them come and help us clean it up. Get Lineage out and give the community that space back. Please listen to the people who live here. My community is suffering. We deserve clean air, real protection, and a response that matches the seriousness of this disaster. Thank you.
And the last speaker that we have for the public comment in the auditorium is Rosa Samanieso. Well, that's for public witnesses is what everyone else is signed up for, so.
Good morning. My name is Rosa Samaniego, and I'm here today because my family is living through the consequences of the Lineage fire. From the very first day of the fire, we could smell chemicals in the air. We knew it wasn't a normal type of fire The odor burned our eyes and our throats. The smoke was so heavy that it was sitting in the ground. That's how we noticed it wasn't a typical fire smoke. I could actually feel like droplets from the smoke itself that it was causing as well. So we knew it wasn't just something just to go push aside. By the third day, my lungs were they were so hurting. I had to go to urgent care, received a steroid shot and prednisone and a nebulizer treatment. We were one of the first families that stayed at the Red Cross for the whole week due to this fire because my autistic son felt more at safe being over there than returning home. He was traumatized due to all this fire as well. My 7-year-old, whole world has been shattered due to the air quality. He hasn't been able to be gone outside. He hasn't been able to have his own, be his own self. My son, that we just came back from the Airbnb on a Sunday night, he had 4 nosebleeds just coming in. The air quality is bad. We need you to do more to help us regulate this odor. I know it's a nuisance, as you call it, but the community needs your help. And we're not begging, but we demand that you help us. Because if this was somewhere else, we wouldn't have suffered as much as we have. Thank you.
Stop that. Mr. Lee, no la temporada.
Okay, we're going to switch over to Zoom for the public comment portion. We ask that you unmute. And the first speaker is Maya Godoy.
We can handle if it's only a few. She said
Maya, can you
14.
unmute?
Yes.
And just before you start, sir, Madam Clerk, again, on remote public comment, we have about how many?
Well, I have 16 hands raised right now.
Okay, well, we'll drop it at that. At that amount, we can do 2 minutes. All right, please continue.
Hello, my name is Maya Godoy. I am from Boyle Heights, and I could stand here naming a lot of technical things about what's happening, but I feel there's a big gap in the air monitoring that we have in Boyle Heights and East LA. And I feel this is something that should happen. I feel the instruments are not really capturing because of the limitations they have, the odor that we have all around. And I feel, yeah, this is definitely a thing that comes from all the way back to Farmer John, where we have racism in who gets to have clean air. If this was happening on West LA, the National Guard would have been there cleaning up all the meat like within like a week. If it was happening in Black LA, it wouldn't even be on the news. And yeah, being here is mostly elder and differently abled women of color, and it's just really sad to see that it's been almost 2 months and it's just switching blame around and like seeing who has, yeah, and no action, not a lot of action to actually fix this already, because I live 2 miles away and we can smell it at night too, and a lot of instruments are calibrated for the day. I think, we can talk about numbers too all the time, but yeah, it is just really disappointing, and yeah, I hope this ordinance happens and we really step up and stop blaming people around. I feel action needs to happen now, and I'm very sad that I asked all my council members here for air monitors, and I was ghosted for weeks. And actually, council member Raman got me a bunch of out of her own pocket monitors for Boyle High School. We have a huge gap on, yeah, what we have and what people can access. I feel there's a lot of mysticism about how the air quality is, and there's a lot of tools for us to use. And a Spanish website with these tools, demystifying them would be incredible. Thank you for your time.
Then Zana Hermosillo, unmute, please.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Shana Hermosillo. I live in Alhambra, about 6 miles as the crow flies from the Lineage warehouse. I just wanted to comment to say that I do understand and feel for the Boyle Heights and East LA community that have taken the brunt of all of this, but I do want it to be fully acknowledged. As someone previously said, the air does not have a zip code, and the impacts of the fire and of the odor regularly come up 6 miles northeast of where their warehouse is. I can't run my AC at night. I have to keep all my windows closed because the smell comes in through the night. And while I find that the AQMD is very proactive and moves quicker than any agency I've dealt with complaints, you still are slow in the fact that, you know, the odors reaches that far in the middle of the night. And so there's been days where the odor is already gone when I get a phone call to be one of the 6 people to create a valid complaint against Lineage. I really think you need to change the way you take complaints, and I really hope that you move forward with abatement in a very strong manner, because things like this are going to continue to happen and impact communities in greater distances from where something actually occurred. Thank you.
And we have a number ending in 513. Please unmute.
Hello? Hello?
We hear you.
Can you hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Madeline. I live in Monterey Park, and I've also been smelling rotten animal flesh for the past weeks because of the Lineage fire. You may be tired of hearing from us, but East LA is tired of breathing toxic rot and wondering if their health is now threatened and wondering whether their lifespan has now been knocked down several years. If I can smell this from Monterey Park, I shudder to think what Boyle Heights residents are enduring. This affects physical health and it's psychological torture. It's clear that it's environmental racism because we all know that a rich white community would never have to deal with this garbage. Students and school staff are supposed to be in school next week inhaling this stench. It's ridiculous, and I'm sick and tired of corporations prioritizing profit over people. What good is money if you are slowly killing others and slowly killing the environment? We must hold Lineage accountable and kick them out. And if we don't, this is bound to happen again. Also, why is this meeting at 9:30 a.m. on a work day in Diamond Bar? I mean, it's hard for people to show up, and I wonder if this is on purpose. I'm lucky enough that I can remote work and I can call in, but it's just ridiculous. You know, this problem is a symptom of capitalism. It's a symptom of white supremacy, of patriarchy, and it's just horrendous because as so many have repeated, it's environmental racism. Beverly Hills, South Pasadena, other white cities would never in a million years have to deal with the shit that Boyle Heights has to deal with. Thank you.
Yvonne Martinez Watson, please unmute.
Hello, this is Yvonne Martinez Watson. I'm an environmental justice leader with the Sierra Club. I just have a few comments to make. I did send in a written comment, but I like to have other people in the room hear what I had said. Lineage was aware of the dangers of anhydrous ammonia at least 1 month before the release in Boyle Heights. I sent you the link to the story talking about their facility in Kansas, where they switched from ammonia-based refrigeration to CO2. And that was at the request of the pressure put on by the community there in Kansas. Number two, the news reports about the Lineage facility fire in Boyle Heights revealed that this was in fact a chemical release of ammonia gas because of the existence of radio communications between fire officials. So there is another story about that by the LA Times, which shows that yes, this was a release of ammonia gas. Number three, under California law, facilities are required to report significant or threatened chemical releases to the Office of Emergency Services, OES. I want to ask, did Lineage file a report to OES? As of today, I have not been able to locate such a report. If anybody there on staff has a copy of that, please send it to me. You have my email. My last comment, lots of people have brought this up and I like to bring it up again. AQMD, you're the ones who sent the president to hold meetings regarding these kind of releases in the communities where they occur. You did that for Porter Ranch when you had your hearing of your order of abatement hearing in the nearby community of Granada Hills. I was there and testified at that meeting. So you really should have hosted this meeting where the community was instead of making them come to Diamond Bar.
Next, we have Wendy Ramirez.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me on. I just want to say that I'm also a resident from Boyle Heights. It hurts me to see my community hurt so much. It hurts to see that there was no urgency for our community members to get out, to leave. I decided to leave. My husband decided to leave by the next night because no one told us to leave. They just said, stay in home, close your doors, and you should be fine. That's not right. I've seen so many of my neighbors stay, and I could only think about what the future holds for them and for their children. This is a monstrosity of what happened. It's a monstrosity to our heads too, that, I mean, poor things, they can't even tell us what's wrong with them. There has to be more sense of urgency of getting Lineage logistics out of the community. No more rebuilding, no more these type of places near our communities, near our schools. We need help. We need help. I don't feel safe going back home. I thank the city of Alhambra for having me, the home that I'm staying at, but I could smell it all the way over here. This is crossing all over Montebello, Pico, Monterey Park. Everybody smells the smell. We still need a lot of help. We still need a lot of recovery. And I just want to say, I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home until Lineage is gone. But I can't afford to stay out and pay a hotel and find somewhere to stay with my dog and my kids. Both of my kids suffer from asthma. I am petrified to take them back home and for them to get any asthma attacks. So please get Lineage out and have them pay the fines and help our community get cleaned up. Thank you.
Next, we have Kate Simano.
Thank you. I'm Kate Simano, and I'm calling from El Serrano, where I'm 3.5 miles away from the warehouse, smelling the rotting meat daily. I want to make sure you all consider the impact on the health of our community members who are working outside and have no choice but to endure this horrific air quality. Gardeners, landscapers, and mechanics, to name just a few professions. My boyfriend is a military veteran who suffers from severe sinus conditions from burn pits in Afghanistan. Now he is a California native plant landscaper stuck working outside, breathing in equally harmful air here at home. We were all exposed to God knows what chemicals when the warehouse was on fire, and now we have to inhale rotting food. 85 million pounds of it in a city plagued with homelessness. Shame on you. I work in the business world, and I know that an organization like Lineage invests quite a bit in contingency plans and exit strategies for their business, and they ought to invest that same amount of resources in planning for accidents like this. Firefighters themselves pointed out how difficult it is to put out fires in facilities like Lineage's. This is not new information or some freak incident. If you are eager to do business here, Lineage, you should be eager to prepare and account for your impact on the community. Shame on you, and shame on any public officials who have turned a blind eye to this possibility and the impact it would have long before this occurred. I hope my neighbors' voices ring in your ears well beyond this election season. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And before we go, we have about 10 more public commenters remote who had registered. We'll finish them, no more, and then we'll try and turn to any public witnesses who are here live before we leave today.
The next speaker is Galindo. Can you unmute yourself?
Buenas tardes. Yo voy a hacer mi comentario en español. Español. Bueno, quiero hablar en...
One moment, please.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Eloisa Galindo. Soy residente del este de Los Ángeles. ¿Sí me escucha? Bueno, puedo seguir hablando. Sí, soy residente del este de Los Ángeles. Hoy estoy aquí como víctima del linaje para decirle que se tiene que ir de nuestra comunidad. Y si ustedes, los que están ahí, los miembros de esta Comisión del Aire, no le están creyendo a la gente, les invito a que vengan a vivir a sus casas y a comer en sus mesas. Todo esto nos está afectando en la salud mental y física. Escuché a uno de los miembros de ahí, no estoy en persona, no sé quién fue, decir algo discriminante, como decirle a la gente que está sufriendo, no hablen más de esto. ¿Cómo no vamos a hablar más de eso si lo estamos viviendo por 50 días? Quiero decirles que ustedes, los que están sentados ahí, todos los políticos que no han tomado cartas en el asunto sobre esto que estamos pasando, son nuestros empleados. Ustedes no tomaron una decisión de evacuarnos. Ustedes no les pueden quitar la libertad de expresión de cómo se sienten los afectados por linaje. Ahora, si no quieren escuchar eso, quiero decirles que ustedes como mesa directiva del aire, hagan una investigación. ¿Cuánto dinero le ha dado linaje a Karen Bass? Así le haya dado $1,000, eso es conflicto de interés, eso es corrupción. Si no quieren escuchar más de nuestras enfermedades, quiero decirles que por qué un trabajador que le llevaba la campaña política a Karen Bass está ahora trabajando con linaje. Eso es corrupción y conflicto de interés.
Next, we have Cynthia Rios.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I was prepared to give my speech in English, but since I saw that you guys are not prepared to have Spanish speakers, I'm gonna do it in Spanish, so just I can make it a little bit hard for you guys. Bueno, me llamo Cintia Ríos y vivo aquí en el este de Los Ángeles. Estoy llamando para que se hagan modificaciones, para que cambie y amendas por los tóxicos químicos que hubieron en el aire. La compañía responsable de esta crisis no debería ser quien decida quién califica por asistencia directa o por relocación. Como dijo la señora que estaba antes de mí, ese es un conflicto de interés. Y esto causa a las familias como la mía que dudemos acerca de qué tan justo es el proceso. Yo vivo en esta comunidad y por más de 50 días mi familia y yo hemos sido forzadas a vivir y a quedarnos aquí con este olor a químicos. No porque no nos queramos ir, sino porque no nos dieron los recursos para poder marcharnos. Tenemos que tener nuestras puertas cerradas y nuestras ventanas. No salimos afuera, nuestros hijos no salen a jugar. Todo el verano se la pasaron aburridos y estresados porque no sabemos lo que estamos respirando. Esto no es una inconveniencia. Esto es como nosotros estamos viviendo nuestras vidas. Yo le urjo a esta junta directiva que le ordene al Lineage que instale una carpa sellada con presión negativa y purificaciones de aire, justo como lo hicieron cuando pasó el Exide Cleanup. Por favor, prioricen la salud y la seguridad de los residentes en vez de la compañía. Hemos esperado mucho tiempo y estamos desesperados y angustiados. Por favor, tienen que hacer lo correcto. Gracias.
Next, we have Jill Johnston.
Hello, I'm Dr. Jill Johnston, an associate professor of environmental and occupational health at UC Irvine. I have studied the health impacts of malodors near hog capos, the Dominguez Channel, and oil extraction sites. There's evidence showing that odors can be toxicologically significant. Research finds that odors are not simply a warning of potential risk, but they themselves cause adverse health symptoms. For example, they've been correlated with headaches, nausea, eye and throat and nose irritation. They've also been related to suppressing immune functions, wheezing, asthma, and allergic rhinitis. Malodors further are associated with acute blood pressure increases that can contribute to the development of chronic hypertension. In order to protect public health, abatement efforts should avoid adding more potential harmful toxicants into the neighborhood. The application of chemicals to mask odors have been banned at LA oil sites due to health concerns, and they should not be used in the case of Lineage. Further, air filtration systems should integrate filters that address malodorous gases like carbon filters, in addition to just reducing particles in order to reduce exposures. Odors are not just a nuisance, but are toxic compounds that can cause acute and chronic health impacts. There's critical urgency to protect the health in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Gonzalez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Gonzalez. I have lived in Boyle Heights for many, many years and worked out of Boyle Heights for many, many years and have a lot of family and who are small business owners there. And I'm really urging you all today to really take into consideration what everyone is saying around the air quality, the health concerns, the concerns around bills, of how this is affecting the everyday livelihood of people. I think one thing I wanted to have you all take into consideration and understand is that very much like someone said, air quality does not know zip codes, right? The smell doesn't know zip codes. And what we're looking at right now is even with the Lineage quote unquote support that they're giving tenants out, it's still not enough. Clearly, there's still a lot of work to be done. And what is currently happening is that Lineage only wants to be responsible for about 4 blocks around the Lineage fire. When we're seeing that even with studies that we've done at Eastside Leads, that a coalition here in the East Side is that just within 1 mile radius, there are around 3,167 residential units. And it's really concerning to hear all of the folks right now say how this has been affecting affecting their families, affecting them. And Lineage is still not being responsible, kind of washing their hands and say, well, we did 4 blocks around the radius that we're currently being permitted to. No, they need to be held accountable. They need to make sure that they are also supporting families that are outside of that 4 block radius. Please ensure that they are being held accountable with the air quality and overall quality of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Victoria Burden.
Hi there, my name is Victoria. I live in Boyle Heights, about a mile from the Lineage disaster site. For about 2 months now, the working families of our neighborhood have been denied the most basic human right inside and outside of our homes: clean, fresh air. I'm here to urge this board to please approve this order for abatement only with necessary public health amendments, because the current proposed joint stipulation as is written is incredibly insufficient for an EPA chemical risk site. This facility stored thousands of pounds of hazardous chemicals, but right now, in the current abatement plan, regulators and lawyers appear to be treating this as as an odor issue instead of a chemical hazard. So I beg you today to please write in conditions to this abatement order that include continuous fence line monitoring posted to a public dashboard that accounts for all air pollutants, including ammonia and other VOCs, site containment with sealed tents that include air scrubbers, overloading zones, and excavation sites before this continues, state and federal backup. We need to be fully pulling in the EPA right now and state emergency units to enforce these safety standards. We also need to write in a action that allows for immediate triggers that send this to a superior court with maximum daily fines if these are violated. These are common sense things that your board has done previously in disasters like Exide, Chiquita Canyon, and Sunshine Canyon. Boyle Heights and East LA and all of the impacted communities deserve this exact same standard of protection. So I urge you to please do this today. Thank you.
Thank you. Nora Science.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear
We
me?
can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Nora Sines, a resident of Bell, and I am addressing AQMD today as a longtime Stella community activist. I want to start with the simple request that any meetings in the future related to Lineage be held in the community of Boyle Heights or East LA, where families will have easy access to these meetings. Stop disengaging the community that are impacted by your decisions. The abatement order is a start, but we need more. We need immediate containment, ongoing air monitoring until Lineage is gone. We need AQMD to collaborate with the EPA for oversight and audit purposes. We need legal enforcement and audits. We demand more action, more accountability now. I also want to request for everyone, including elected officials, to stop downplaying this incident. This is not a Boyle Heights fire. It's not a Los Palos fire. It's a Lineage toxic fire. And with the toxic fire, you have toxic and contaminated air. We need transparency. We need it now. Residents have been exposed to this 24/7 for almost 2 months. This is unacceptable. It is inhumane.
I am requesting for AQMD and all its capacity exercise their due diligence to protect the community through the approval of the abatement order, but also hold Lineage 100% accountable since elected officials have failed in a language they will understand. Monetary penalties. We're going on 2 months. Kids are days away from going back to school. August is usually the hottest month of the year, and the air will only get worse than what it is now. And if it is intolerable now, what are we to expect in a few weeks from now? Just wait until the temperature hits the hundreds. What then? What will it smell like then? I will remind you that Exide happened on your watch. What is currently happening with Lineage is on your watch too. Enough is enough, and we need accountability, and we need everyone to do their job that they are supposed to do. We have community members doing the job of public agencies because of the incompetence.
Thank you, thank you.
Next is Griselda Perez. Griselda, unmute, please. Okay, we'll move
Go to
to,
the next one,
we'll
we can go
move
back to
to
her.
Elizabeth Esparza Cervantes.
Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Esparza Cervantes. My husband, my children, and I were in Boyle Heights when the fire hit. I suffered immediate headaches and dizziness. Driving to Maywood through the Black Plume the next day, we were struck again. We were told the air was safe, but our bodies tell a different story. Yet as recently as 2024, Lineage allowed a 60-day blaze in Findlay, Washington, one of the largest industrial fires in our U.S. history. This fire gave Lineage ample notice of the risk posed by its storing of ultra-hazardous materials. Still, they failed to prevent this environmental disaster or warn the community of the potential toxic harm in LA. I ask you to help us by urgently fulfilling your duty as public servants and flex your full regulatory muscle and call all related government enforcement agencies to join you to ensure the following. 1, practice aggressive enforcement by conducting a rigorous investigation to issue every applicable notice of violation, fine, and injunctive relief order. I also ask you to seek civil and criminal litigation to hold Lineage accountable. 2nd, deny permits to Lineage and all companies with similar histories. 3rd, I ask that you deploy real-time mobile air quality monitoring across all impacted areas, including all Southeast cities. This harm was not just in this limited area that Lineage is seeking. This will allow us to fully understand what chemicals are in our air. 4th, I ask that you launch a proactive communication effort by issuing massive multilingual multimedia health alerts to invite our communities to flag this pollution. I know there's a lot of folks involved in these calls, but there are more people unaware of how to tell you what's happening. With your regulatory power and in partnership with other government agencies, I trust and hope that you can help protect our environment and hold these polluters accountable. Thank you for your time.
Then we have Griselda Perez. Griselda, can you unmute? Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to Antonieta Garcia.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, my name is Antonieta Garcia. I'm a longtime resident from East Los Angeles, and I am here today to let you guys know that when they said that the air quality was okay, that was a lie, because I have a baby that was born premature. I have a daughter that's 15 years old and has upper airway disorders. Both of them have them. And I had to take them to the hospital because they were having respiratory issues. However, I'm diabetic, and I had a respiratory issue that I just developed because of the Lineage, because they lied to us that the air quality was good when it was not. Now, we want this lineage to leave because this is totally unacceptable. These flies are coming all the way to East LA now. We cannot afford our children, the next generation, to get sick. Our kids are about to start school. It's getting hot and everything. And sometimes in the middle of the night, it smells very disgusting. We are tired. Lineage, I'm holding you accountable due to my daughter's health and my health. And also for all the electives, please, please get lineage out. We do not want them. You know, I can even show you proof that I have one daughter that's on oxygen. She uses 2 machines to go to sleep. I had to literally give her more oxygen and take her to the emergency due to this fire because they said that the air quality was good when it was not. You guys are a bunch of liars. I don't believe you. And if you want my vote, you better get lineage out or else you could just step down.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, and then we have Alexandra Alvarez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alexandra, and I'm a resident of this community. I live just 2 blocks away from the Lineage building on the East LA side of town. I'm here this evening to express my support for the proposed order of abatement and to share how this ongoing situation has affected my family and my community. For nearly 2 months, my family, my neighbors, and I have been living with an order that has completely changed our daily lives, making it unbearable to breathe and eat in the comfort of our homes. Like many others in this community, I have experienced headaches, breathing problems, nausea, and stomach aches. I know neighbors who have suffered from nosebleeds and inflamed airways as well. We continue to hear that the air is safe. If that is the case, then why are so many of us experiencing the same symptoms? We deserve honest answers. We deserve transparency about what we have been breathing and what is being done to protect our community. This is no longer just about an unpleasant smell. It is about our health, our quality of life, and our peace of mind. No one should have to live in a home where they cannot open their windows because of the order. Yet, even with our windows and doors closed, the smell still finds its way inside. Our homes are supposed to be a place where we feel safe. For many of us, it no longer feels that way. I also want to bring attention to something that often goes overlooked, that mental health and emotional toll that this has taken on our community. The uncertainty, the stress, and the anxiety have become part of our everyday lives because there is still no resolution in sight. Tonight, I'm asking you to remember that behind every complaint is a family. Behind every phone call is a child, a parent, or a senior simply trying to breathe comfortably and sleep in their own home. We're not asking for special treatment. We're asking for transparency, accountability, timely assistance, and a solution. Please don't let this become another issue that fades away while the
Okay, and you had closed the online comments after the 10th person, so that's the 10th. We do have one person here that said they weren't called, Fatima Carrera. I don't know if she's still here.
Hello, my name is Fatima Carrera. I'm a Boyle Heights resident and a member of the Committee for Environmental Justice. I'm here to speak about the devastating conditions the community has endured over the past several weeks. As I've spoken with my neighbors and listened to their stories, each one has been more heartbreaking than the last. And I really ask you to look at me while I speak, please, as I'm one of the last speakers in this room. Our community has always been resilient, even when we've been denied access to safe, green spaces. So we've had to create our own. Our homes and gardens have become places of healing. Neighbors have intentionally planted medicinal herbs, vegetables, and fruit trees to help them care for themselves and their families in the face of environmental injustice. But after the fire and after the smoke suppressants were sprayed onto our homes, those gardens began to die. Plants that took years to grow have withered away. Entire fruit trees have been cut down, and after becoming infested with metallic green flies that have spread throughout our neighborhoods, affecting both people and animals alike. We've seen dead fruit hanging from branches, mysterious sticky droplets coating our properties, rat droppings, and bags upon bags of flies carpeting our streets. Our community plants seeds as an act of hope, healing, and resilience, yet because of the negligence of this agency that's supposed to protect us and the failure to respond quickly and effectively, even that hope has been taken from us. Since the Lineage fire disaster, we've experienced several additional fires, and we still haven't seen the development of a meaningful emergency response team or system that's capable of protecting our communities from these environmental disasters. We continue to breathe unknown substances while waiting for action that never seems to come. We're exhausted. We're tired of coming up here just to advocate for the simple right to breathe clean air. So what we're asking is for you to please do your job, just like the people here that have showed up in these buses from far away. They had to not work today to show up. Do you know how much it cost their family to lose money from us? You guys are making good money.
Thank you, Mr. Berto. Appreciate it.
Everybody else here and do your job. Thank you.
We'll take a break after this witness, after the break, everyone.
Hi, my name is Jazz, a member of both ECR Communities for a Better Environment and Community Self-Defense Coalition, also part of the California Latinas for Reproductive Justice Southeast LA Network. But most importantly, I'm a member of a fierce community that won't let up while these criminal acts are taking place. I say criminal because they were real preventative measures that could have taken place, but were completely dismissed. I currently reside in Southeast LA, and as I'm sure you know, Southeast Los Angeles, just like our East LA neighbors, face severe environmental injustices due to high concentrations of heavy industry, rendering plants, major freeways, and now in the very near future, data centers in Vernon. On top of all this, we got cosplaying federal agents kidnapping our community members. I can assure you the last thing our community needs is a lack of urgency in this matter. This summer, I serviced young children under the age of 10 in the East LA region. I'm a therapist by trade. You don't want to know what it's like to work with children in dire need of different types of interventions via different modalities while breathing toxic fumes, meanwhile removing ashes from their clothes. Some children with special needs don't adapt to such circumstances. What I want AQMD to take into account and moving forward, the health of people. Today, Boyle Heights and East LA. Tomorrow, it might be you. It's time to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll take a 10-minute, hopefully. All right. First, the respective council have been able to go under the radar all day, so we'll start with the district to identify who's at the table there.
Hello? Yes. Hi, good afternoon, Board. Josephine Lee on behalf of the Executive Officer. I'm also here with my colleagues, Grace LeBlanc and Assistant Chief Deputy Counsel, Nicholas Sanchez.
Respondent?
Chair, Kevin Polencars for Respondent Lineage Logistics, and I also have here with me Assistant General Counsel from Lineage Logistics, Helen Avunjian Casson.
All right. We finished the public comment period. We also have what they call public witnesses who want to testify, et cetera. The thought was at least to ask those who are here now to do that live. So if we had any left over, it would just be remote ones tomorrow morning. We had discussed earlier with the council an opening statement between the public comment and the public testimony. But just to make sure we get it in today, would you object to having the public witnesses now before your opening statements, or what do you think?
No objection.
No objection, Chair.
All right. And we've already discussed that in case the good doctor can't make it tomorrow morning, you're okay with 4 people deciding. Also, Cynthia Verdugo Peralta has a previously scheduled medical appointment, which why she would have to leave certainly at the latest today, 3:40 p.m. But if we're still going and want to keep hearing public witnesses, she's agreed that staff can send her the tape of the last 20 minutes. She'd look at it. And then with your permission, she could also participate tomorrow and rule ultimately. If that passes, would any council object to that process? Ms. Lee?
No objection.
No objection.
All right. So Madam Clerk, first we'll call any live public witnesses. We'll have to swear them in. And would you also then make a note on the remote for people who want to testify to raise their hand or signal so we can get that list ready in case we don't finish today. We'll get to them tomorrow, but no one else. All right?
Okay, we did have several people signed up for public witness, but I believe they've all left. They had to go back on the bus, but they did say that they would be calling in for evidentiary testimony. If anyone is here in the auditorium that would like to provide public testimony, could you just let us know, raise your hand? Seeing none, I don't think we have anyone here in the auditorium.
All right, then let's request people to raise their hand if they want to give public testimony online. We can start with some of them now.
Okay, and if there's anyone online who would like to provide public testimony, please raise your raise hand in Zoom.
And remember, that means that you will be testifying under oath and will be subject to cross-examination by the party's counsel.
Okay, so we have about 3 who raised their hands online for public testimony. Okay. So again, this is to raise your hand if you would like to provide public testimony. This will be evidentiary testimony. You will be sworn, given the oath, and you would be subject to cross-examination by the parties as well as questions from the hearing board. So we have 1. We only have, let's see, now I don't see anyone.
Did I scare them off?
Looks like it's 3.
Hello? Oh, they're on, okay, they're on the screen. There they are.
Okay, so you have 1, 2, 3, how many?
1, 2, 3.
Okay, and then I'll trust that you will recall, Madam Clerk, the ones who maybe left early who might want to also come in tomorrow morning. You know the names you're talking about, so can just determine that?
Yes, I do have a few names.
Okay, well, just so we can talk after, make sure that we give those few an opportunity tomorrow as well.
Sure.
All right. So we'll have to identify who's here and they'll have to be sworn in. Would you do that, Madam Clerk, or should I give the oath?
If you would do that, please. Could you do that, please? Would you
All
do
right.
that? Mhm.
So first, we have 3. We have Ms. Ramirez, Ms. Asi, Yesenia, and Barbara Martinez. So can you all hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Barbara Martinez.
All right.
Yes.
So we're going to just simply ask you to raise your right hand if you could, if you're not driving, and just say, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So pick whatever order you want, Madam Clerk, to have them testify. Again, 2-minute clock.
Okay, we'll go with Wendy Ramirez.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wendy Ramirez. I am a resident of Boyle Heights. My address is 1309 Prado Street. So I'm right like 3 houses away from Lineage. On the day of the fire, at first we thought it was a minimal fire. It was nothing big, but as it progressed, you could smell, you could taste something funny in the air. We were then immediately said to leave like around 3:30 to evacuate. We went, all the way to Food for Less, my 2 children, my dog. So it was real stressful walking with a child also my son who's 10 years old, he has Down syndrome. So he's special needs. It was very hard that day. At 8 o'clock, we came back. They said everything was fine to come home. But when we woke up the next morning, probably like around 6, 7 in the morning, the area looked like we had fog, and it was not a day of fog. That was just the smoke that had come down onto the community. We left Thursday night. We couldn't stay. We couldn't wait for our leaders to send help or to tell us to evacuate, especially because both of my children suffer from asthma. So out of pocket, we had to pay for a motel, not even a hotel, a motel, because it was where they allowed us to have our dog with us. Our dog is also part of our family. I couldn't leave my dog behind. But the sense of urgency from our leaders, the sense of urgency from Lineage has never been there. After 3 weeks, that's when they started offering help. And I took the Airbnb because I just could not stay out of pocket anymore in a motel with my children. I couldn't cook for them. Everything had to be on a microwave or fast food. And I needed somewhere more stable to stay. As of now, I don't feel comfortable returning home. There's still too much going on there. They're still doing cleanup. The flies are insane. They're scary. They jump on you as soon as you get off of your car. And I have to have everything sealed in my house. I can't open my doors. I can't open my windows. The flow of the air can no longer come in. Yeah, thank you.
All right, but just stay on in case any party wants to ask you a question. Does the district have any questions for the witness?
No, thank you for your testimony today.
Respondent?
No questions.
Any board member?
Thank you for your testimony. So you said you received outreach from Lineage 3 weeks after the event. That was at the only time?
Yes, that was I left on June 18th, because the fire started on the 17th. We left on the 18th. From what I understand, the city leaders went a week later, but again, I wasn't there. I had to leave in a sense of urgency. I didn't get anything from Lineage that I heard of was until the week of, I think I got the Airbnb on August 1st. No, July 20th to August 1st. And that's what help that I got. And the option was through you had two options. First option was you got an Airbnb and you got a $200 gift card. Second option was you stayed home, you got an air conditioner, I believe you got an air filter, cases of water, and a $200 gift card. It was either or. I took my kids out of there. Both of my kids, like I said, both of them suffer from asthma. My dog started coughing or doing these weird sounds. We had to leave. I couldn't stay. So that's the reason I took the Airbnb. And other than that, any other services or things that have happened within my community, because I'm not there, I mean, I can't go. I heard about this meeting because I saw it on Facebook, not because someone told me, or I got a flyer at home. I'm not at home, so I have no idea what's going in within my community because I decided to take that option of taking my children out.
All right,
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Villagran?
Good afternoon. I had a question. Did you get a chance to read the proposed order?
No, I haven't,
Okay.
because I don't know where to get it.
Oh, okay. And do you have any, because I want to see if you have any suggestions or amendment to the proposed order that you would like to see?
I would like to see it, but like I said, the only reason I knew about this meeting was through Facebook, and I had no other, I have no idea where to, because I heard this, where do I read that? That's something I would like to have on hand.
Okay, it's available on AQMD's website, right? It should be now.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Who's the next one, Madam Clerk?
I think we have Liz next.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Hernandez, and I'm an organizer with the Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment, and also I'm a member of the Eastside Padres community organization in Boyle Heights and East LA. As an organizer and with some of our main leaders who live in Boyle Heights and East LA, they asked us to start door knocking in the area. So what we encountered was families who knew about resources around the area, but they weren't able to get them. The air quality was horrible. We did a press conference. I'm a person who usually, it's really loud and do a lot of chants, and I can go for hours chanting. That day, we only walked one block, and La Puerta, from La Puerta Olympic to La Puerta and Union Pacific. I was out of air. I'm asthmatic. I end up sick. I had diarrhea. I had a cough. My throat was hurting, and I was only there for a couple of hours. The air quality, it is not okay. The air quality is horrible. Me as a person who just went for a couple of hours and having to go through all of that, you can just imagine what everybody else is dealing with. Our elderlies. We have a teacher just 2 houses away who has a 93-year-old father and who's not able to not even enjoy his own garden, sit outside because the air quality is horrible. He cannot leave his house because that would actually be bad for him and his health and his mental health. So he pretty much is out of options. We have talked to people who are pregnant and they are worried how their kids gonna be when they come out. We have spoken to neighbors who
You're muted.
Oh, it seems like somebody muted. We have talked to people who have just newborns, and they are worried about what consequences or what is the aftermath after all of these. People that live just right there on Indiana and Union Pacific with that block. And we have also people who are dealing with, already this chronic disease, and it's just terrible. It's sad that Lineage, it's not taking accountability with this and just coming out to people, giving them a $1,000 card, not even disclosing that they're coming from Lineage. And like the prior person said, not everybody is getting it. Some of the people has decided to leave. And now we just
Elizabeth, your time is up, so can you just finish quickly? Thank you, thank you.
Yes.
We've heard, but
So-
stay online in case someone has a question for you, okay? Any
So we
questions? for the
definitely
witness?
want lineage. We definitely want lineage out. The community wants lineage out, not just from Boyle Heights, but every other residential area where they are
Thank
posted.
you, thank you. Any questions for the witness
No questions. Thank you for your testimony today.
from the respondent?
No questions, thank you.
Any board member? Thank you again, appreciate it. Yeah, mute yourself, and who's next, Madam Clerk?
Next, we have Victoria Burden.
Ms. Burden? Ah,
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Barbara Martinez.
no. Ms. Martinez, is this a good time?
Could you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hi, my name is Barbara. I live in Boyle Heights, about a mile and a half away from Lineage. My mom lives a mile away from there. What I experienced is the day on the 17th. My mom called me and I heard an Amber Alert, and I didn't think it was something bad. And my mom goes, "Oh, it looks really bad." And all of a sudden, when I was walking towards the living room, it started getting dark, which was the ashes. And then they say, close your windows, stay in place, shelter in place. So I saw the smoke, so I got a towel and I rolled it up, a wet towel, and I put it under the door. And then I closed all my windows, but you could smell that really strong burn smell. So I was scared. And then I called my mom. She goes, "I don't know what to do." I go, "Mom, I'm gonna call my son. He's gonna pick you up. He's gonna take you out of there," because she's like way closer than me. So she said, "Okay." So I called my son, they picked her up, I sheltered in place. The next day, I went to Isabel Jurados to let her know what was gonna happen, because a lot of people, there's like a senior citizen in the corner, they're there. And are they gonna take somewhere else? Are they gonna have us to stay here? I don't know, so they're gonna say, "No, just stay in your house, don't come out, close your windows and everything." So I followed the rules, I followed the instructions. But I was concerned of my mom, concerned of my family, concerned of my neighbors and the older people that lived in the corner. So I kept on like saying, "Okay, what do I do? What do I do?" So I went to Isabel and I told her this, and I said, "I want to be on record that I came here to ask you and ask you to see what's going to happen." So they say, "Oh, I'm sorry, she's not available." So the girls told me, "We'll call you. Will you leave me your number? We'll call you." I go, "Are you sure you're gonna call me? Because you guys always say you're gonna call me and you guys don't call me."
Ms. Martinez, I think your time is up, was why you were cut off, I'm sorry. But would you just stay on in case someone has a question for you, ma'am?
Sure.
Anything from the district for this witness?
No, no questions, and thank you for your testimony today.
Mr.
Thank you.
Balakapaz?
No questions, thank you.
Board members, Mr. Balakapan?
Yes, Ms. Martinez, did you get an opportunity to read the proposed finding
The one you
document?
guys gave us today?
Yes,
Well, I just got on the bus. I don't have a transportation, so it was a lot of people talking, singing, praying. So I didn't get to hear anything. I got on since I was gonna be in Zoom with you guys, I just got on the Zoom and I really haven't had a chance to do that. But I really, really wish I had more time. If you guys have any time for me, I really need to talk to you because this is really affecting me. I'm a survivor of cancer. I'm a cancer survivor from Excite, and
You have to pick up the dog and hold her, otherwise she will go out.
Okay, so I really need to know what are they really going to do for us, because we need to be evacuated. Even though I'm a mile away, I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I've been to the hospital like 3 times, and I don't know what to do. I mean, of course.
I think you've answered the question. Thank you, though.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, do you have a question for the witness? I think you're muted.
Sorry if my dog starts barking, but I just want to know if this lady was offered any monies to stay or away from her home, or not, like that
No.
one witness.
No, I went to go get a air purifier because we went to the town hall meeting as well, and
Okay.
they didn't have them. So we're getting mixed information. All they wanted to offer us was a box of food, and we
Okay.
wanted
That's
a
all
air
I wanted to
purifier.
know. That's what I
All
wanted
right,
to know.
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We have one more remote
Thank
witness.
you.
Madam Clerk.
Is Yesenia?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I think it's kind of infuriating because we're talking accessibilities and look at us where we're at. We came here, we went to the office, but we're all the way here back in East LA, Boyle Heights, on the bus and trying to do these public witnesses while on a bus. So when we talk about accessibility, this is what happens with underserved communities. You know, just to emphasize too, this is a perfect example and let the record show how we're being treated as underserved communities. Here we are at the church on the bus with the rest of folks who unfortunately cannot be present there. So let that show for the record. Additionally, I'm on the behalf of, I've been with Regenerative Collective, Pollo Mesequali, community organizer, because when I tell you solo el pueblo salva el pueblo, it's a saying, is that on the first days when I saw that black toxic smoke, I came and was on the front lines of community because no one was there. I saw pregnant mothers, children, breathing toxic air because they were told to shelter in place. How can you shelter in place when the inside is hot, closed windows sealed, AC off? We followed the instructions of the city and the council and the county. And yet they were all outside without masks, without PPE supplies. And I have pictures of showing distribution because I was the only one who had distribution because I do mutual aid and disaster relief. So really, I became a first responder. And additionally, I go into the site because I live on record. I'm a mile away. And the aid stops at Hicks Ave. So let the record show that people on Dittman, Downey, Herbert, just to name a few streets, were being denied services. Even my voice right now speaking, I'm already, hear us. That is a physical example of the toxic air we're breathing. And there's no transparency. There's no accountability. There's no equity. There's nothing of this is accessible.
All right, thank you, Ms. Your time is up, but we appreciate that. But stay on in case you do have a question from someone, please, ma'am. Any questions for the witness from Ms. Lee?
No questions, and thank you for your testimony today.
Respondent?
No questions, thank you.
Any board member? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Understand the circumstances. Thanks again for all of you who've testified and put up with the shortened time frame for responses, but we've had to do it to get through today. Let me ask the number of potential public witnesses that might, who had to leave today, but you think might want to speak remotely. Is it like half a dozen, you'd say, Madam Clerk, more or less?
I think there were a couple of them that that did as part of this group here.
Just rough numbers.
Let's see. Hmm. Lisa, do you think
While she's checking, Ms. Lee, tell us again, your opening would be how long and your full presentation would be how long? If you could just guesstimate.
Yes, I can, I did prepare a brief opening and then the longer presentation, which was filed. I do think that would be helpful to orient the board and the public with.
No, I'm just trying to get a time
maps.
estimate of the opening versus your presentation and witnesses.
Opening and presentation, I believe, 20 minutes.
20-minute opening and then your full presentation with witnesses as needed?
I can estimate maybe 30 minutes. We can shorten it if the board
No,
needs.
we'll say 45. And for the respondent, your opening versus your actual presentation, if you could give a rough estimate.
My opening would only be about 2 minutes and the whole presentation would be about 25 minutes.
Okay, so we definitely should finish tomorrow for sure and rule before lunch. Question for if the parties are ready for the board, would you like to hear the openings now and before we go tomorrow? and, or wait till tomorrow to start with the openings?
But tomorrow, you know.
Any start? Yeah.
I
Any,
naturally would vote for tomorrow because I would only be able to hear partial today.
yeah. Ms. Lee, what's your preference?
Uh, I, I do think it might help to have it fresh in the board's mind if we were to provide the opening tomorrow. But, you know, we defer to the board what they prefer.
What do you think, sir?
We likewise defer to the board.
Well, I think the votes have it for tomorrow, so we will defer till tomorrow. So we appreciate everyone's long day the staff has been. We can get them out a little bit early. We'll be here at 9:30 tomorrow. If there are some remote public witnesses left over that have been identified, we'll hear them. And then we'll go to opening statements and your presentations, and expect we're going to finish tomorrow before lunch without a doubt. Thank you. We're
Chair,
adjourned for the day.
before we adjourn, can you at least let those online, because we do have a few people that raised their hands online for public testimony. We have no way of contacting them to let them know that they can provide their testimony in the morning. So if you could at least
No, they
announce
can't,
that.
but you could give them the email address if they want to send something in as before you go.
Okay, so for anyone that's online and would like to provide public testimony tomorrow morning, please send us an email to the clerk of board at aqmd.gov address. And that again is clerk, CLERK of OVBOARD.gov. And just let us know that you would like to provide testimony.
And
at the
just to
meeting.
correct, that would be public comment at this point, because the time to provide public testimony has been closed, but public comments, just as already, we'll indicate those. And
Okay.
also, Mr. Wellcott pointed, we've got some emails already that came from people after our lunchtime announcement that you could make comments to us. So tomorrow morning, we'll introduce those into the record as well, including any that come in overnight. Anything else, Madam Clerk?
No, that's it.
You'll have the witnesses here tomorrow too, right?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Mhm. And are all your witnesses live from the parties, or are some of them going to be remote? Do you know?
We expect all to be live, but we
Okay.
may have some available remotely who were here today in the event the board has questions.
Okay,
And district witnesses will be available live.
all right, good. Anything else? All right, thank you very much, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.